My instructor really liked that song. He said there's a lot of things going on. It keeps the listener interested. It was really, really well put together. I wasn't lying when I said I liked it. Someone else liked it as well, and I'd love to hear it. So it's like I could render out any of these and then compose it together into a single song. This week, we're learning actually how to do this view. And that's what my next project is this. So, yep, we got quite a bit of work to do for the next one. I've already started. We've already started with I think it's pretty good to start with. Like, well, this is what we're listening to. This is all keyboarded. I've keyboarded all this in. I like that cut in. I really liked that cut in. Like when it went from here, like it only played halfway through. Wait, hold on. Like when it was as it's coming down. Wait. See. I'm gonna get it better with the time. Because that first cut in was really good. I don't remember where the timing was. It was around the middle. Around the middle. Got it. Before it can come back up again. Because it's going to come back up around here. So... I actually like that. This is going to end up being like a half. So pretty much. Thing here is how we're going to build this is pretty much what did I do? Why did I put that there? Oh, I think I know why. I think I know. Aren't you gonna dump that out? Because we need, let's see. We're just gonna leave this going. It's gonna help me think. Sounds stupid, but it's gonna help me think. That's week too much. That's the one we just did. I drop in. I mean, I could do that, but I drop my stuff on Drive. I thought the information. Oh, there it is. View instruction. These are our instructions this time. And so basically, in this view, we come up to here. I guess this is our loop. But I guess this is going to be our loop region. Right here. 32 bars. So we need to fit. We've already got our naming. We had a funny dialogue about the naming convention, my naming convention versus his naming convention. We got pretty much established that his naming convention is only this way for people that most likely don't have massive amounts of content creation in their own naming conventions. So yeah, it was a pretty fun and enjoyable dialogue. So yeah, we need to take time to explore the sounds, drums, instruments, and live arrangement view. Compose a beat or a song with the following: at least one drum beat that you program and quantize, which is the keyboarding. You have to keyboard it in. A bass instrument of some kind, which is what I have my abdominal bass. I like the guttural thing and how it hits in the front. Right here. I love that. It reminds me of the Ninja Turtles, actually. I don't know. For some reason, it reminds me of Ninja Turtles and Shredder's Lair. So yeah, we'll compose. We don't need to have to use the metronome, but it's highly recommended. Some kind of melody or lead instrument. Which I don't think we've gone through that yet. We've just been mucking about with this other stuff. Not really been messing with any melodies. Just trying to find a good melody. Melanie. Hello, Melanie. How are you doing this evening? trying to find a good melody. But we haven't really gotten into it. It's just mucking about with. And as we were going through instruction, this is where I put all this together. As we were going through instruction. So we can't use pre-made loops and stuff. I mean, we can, but we're just basically using it to turn into this. What I'm gonna do is, with this here, I'm going to rip out these individual pieces so that I can mess with this. But essentially, this is what the sound, these are what the ultimate sound that I'm going with when I do it in this view. I want this to sound like this. I'm gonna work to get my abdominal bass to sound like that. I'm gonna work to get my 80s. This is not gonna be that hard to do. Straight up 80s beat. Then we're gonna go. It's just, I'll be able to recreate this. I'll be able to recreate this. This will be a little tougher to do, but it's not impossible. That's not hard to recreate. This is going to be the hardest thing to recreate. Because, as you've seen in the instructions, don't use pre-made loops. Which, it's not really a pre-made loop. And this is why I say this. Because the abdominal bass, stop this. We're going to go over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull the abdominal bass onto a new track by itself, and you'll hear it is just a boom. That's essentially what it is. I've tweaked it. I've taken it and I've manipulated it, and then I've keyed it in. This is my pre-made loop. that's the nuance of it. I've used and I've turned that into its own pre-made loop. So I'm going to pull this over here. Can we do what I want you to do? All right. Okay, so let's try this again. Why wanting to that's what it sounds like. That's it. It loops, but I can ultimately get the same thing out of it think the program crashed. Yes, save so that I can crash you myself. The program's heavy. It's a super heavy program. Very heavy. It does a lot. My computer can handle it, but if I feed too many inputs to it, the program gets hung up. It doesn't really know what's going on from there. So it'll take it a minute, but when it does, sometimes it'll realize, oh crap, something's really messed up. Okay. Oh, you son of a gun. Hold the other one closed and because this isn't a what I did with this is I did this. This is what I did. And when I did that, I went in here. Figured out what the notes were, and I recorded some. So I just basically clicked one of these. I don't know why it keeps. Yeah, that's what I did. I just basically did this. I keyed in a bunch of stuff. Didn't really listen to it. And then I unfolded it first. Then I shrank. The computer I'm using in class is a much bigger screen. It's a massive screen in comparison to what I use here. It's the Apple all-in-one computers. They're big, really big. If they weren't like $10,000 a computer, I would get one just for straight designing one. But I stretched this out and I played. I basically would play it. Well, first I took everything. Oops. No. On the Apple computers, it's a little bit different. Okay, so it's all zoomed out. Did that, and then I just moved it all. I moved it all down to where I got that, which essentially gives me this. This is my loop. I created this loop. And he said it doesn't need, it's 32 bars here, but if it goes over, that's fine. So it's essentially what I want is this. This is going to be what I'm going to key in. And this is going to be when I go over here, I should be able to start at this, at the front here. Stop 1111, record. Is it straight? See what this does. Not really sure of why it did that. It should have just gone in when I keyed it. But maybe because I built it here. But like I said, I may have done this here. But that... That's what I'm saying. It's like the only thing that's a loop is this. I'm almost positive I built this. Yes, I built this as well. This is also one that I built. Which, over in this view, doesn't come in. I can essentially delete that out because that's not part of it. Yeah, so pretty much the bad thing is like I'm not sure how or why it's not allowing me to rekey, because that's selected, which should give me the ability to key it in here. I gotta figure out where I had it placed before. Okay. Now that we're kind of figuring it out. I didn't realize this was down here. Old. That. Why we got a double base? Go away. Did you set it on the right ones? B1. Doesn't look like it. Actually, it does. It sounds like it did. Sounds like it put it right where I needed it to put it. Play. Yep. So we need to not do that. Undo that. So it sounds like, okay. That's why it's not. It's not. See, for this, I needed to stretch all the way out here to where it actually. See, it's not hitting that middle that I need it to hit. Yeah, see, it needs to go out way out. We get close. Is that it? Okay, yep. I'm good. You probably cut it in half. So probably bad thing is I'm trying to figure out where a good place to oop, don't do that. Go back to what it was. Oop. Okay. Again. All right, so what we can do probably cut down there. So we cut down to that should be we're just gonna do that for right now because it should be. Be stretching it out there about 36 bars, 37 bars. All right. So with our 80s thing, Okay, so that. Let me go back over here, see what I liked in the drums. What I can do is I can play with the drums as well. Here. That's because the bad thing is I can't use any loops or clips. See, I have to program the drum beat itself. So bad thing is can't remember exactly how. Because if I do that, it's going to drop it on there, and that's not what I want. Yeah, for some reason. I mean, I can probably gonna go here, but I can't key it in. think it's to... Actually, I mean, I could probably paste that on there. Hold on. What am I doing? Give me that. Back over here. Because we made this too. This is our shit. This is my shit. I made this. It's mine. Nobody else made it. Me. I made it. Me, myself, and me. So I'm gonna use my loop shit. I looped it. Or I created it so that I could loop it without doing a ton of extra work. Having to redo it. And because with this other one, I'm probably gonna wanna this goes all the way out to here. Hold it. All right, so it's at the... Yeah. This are going to come in about there. So we actually, what I want to do, I'm going to go up here and we're going to stretch this out to one more frame. So delete all that out, but we're going to just going to capture this backside on. Oh, wait. Bring it all the way back to... $33.3 bars, baby. Just over 33 bars. Nope. All right, so do this. We're gonna figure out where to place this. hit. We want this to hit at the beginning of this. We could use the quantize thing, but so we need to hit about there. Here, we're actually there. Oops. Drop us in. Now go from. Actually, we could go from here. Well, it's not going to split this. We have to zoom in to split. We have to go from. We need to come in a little lighter on this. We got that plan out for at least. We got a plan out for a while. So what we can do is we can duplicate this. 3 bars or 3 sets. Then we actually cut off the base and run with this for a minute. Gonna actually. Might need to come in earlier. We can get a. I'd like to get at least 3 in. Got 3 in. Actually, wait. That's fine. We're gonna drop that out. We're gonna fill that gap. Yeah, we're filling the gap with just this, and then the base comes back in. We're good there. We're actually good there. We are good. Okay, so we're good. We listen to it. It shouldn't sound too bad. Hold on. I'm hearing something weird. Hearing something weird. Here. Something weird is happening. Solo this. Not liking how that sounded in the middle. What's with the double? The double, 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 double. Why we got double? Yeah, what is this? What is this nonsense? Reason it was, that's what it was doing. Hold on. That's what we were doing. It was doubling that end point up for some reason. Yeah, we figured it out, baby. Yeah. Let's see. Let's hear what we got now. Might actually need to come see. It's going to double it again. So this is going all this. This is going to be what duplicates. Might need this. We're going to probably bring it in a little earlier. Probably about just so it's not overflowing. And we want this to linger longer than the baseline. Because the baseline is a baseline, but it's a melodic baseline. It's meant to serve a purpose other than keeping a rhythm. Can you not do that? Thanks. All right. Round 2. Fight. We get about 4 bars for chords changing. Hold on, I hear weird. I hear weird. Why does it sound weird? I don't like hearing weird. What is this weird gap? That's how it is. Kind of got a weird gap here. Don't look right. Something don't look right. That's what it is. It's for some reason it's wanting to add a bunch of weirdness. Stop adding stuff. Did I tell you to add things? No, I'm sitting over here having to delete things because you keep adding things. I'm not telling you to add anything. I'm telling you to take this and duplicate it multiple times down the damn line so I can get it done. You know what I mean? You're driving me mad. Get here. Can we get it right? Can we get it right? Probably not. It's probably gonna still be janky. All right. A 1 and a 2 and a... Oh my God, and you're doing it again. Oh my God. All right, delete. It's like it's playing, wanting to play from the middle. It's what it is. It's what it sounds like. It's like, sounds like it's wanting to play from the damn middle. How is that so hard? It literally just has... I should be able to duplicate this here. Be able to duplicate. That should work. It should work exactly like that. Should be no issues. It's like it's missing a note at the end. Like it's missing this note at the end. For some friggin' reason, it's missing those notes at the end. Yeah, again, it's doing it again. It's for some reason missing. I just stretch it out to where I need it to be. Is that what I'm going to end up doing? Just doing this. Oh shit. I need to pee my buddy. Why? Right here, where this weird overlap is happening. All right, I need to go feed him real quick. I'll be back. I'm sorry, bud. We're about to do dinner now. I'm over here messing with music and shit and forgetting. Let's do some food right meow. Hey, we got it. Maybe we got it. Maybe we got it. Pull that off solo. It's still doing it. It's still doing it. Okay. Maybe this is where I do the quantizing. That. Going to make sure not stacking this. The extra bar at the. They said to put any extra shit at the. I'll piss. That's what I was holding. Probably stretched it out. And why you're hanging out so far away from the stacked. Probably stretched this one. Piss. Almost. For some reason, I just want to act stupid and do that weird duplication thing. I stretch this out to the next bar. Actually, oh hell. Zoomed all the way in, and we, for some reason, can't. Try to find out where it hits a line. Eventually. I think we got it right here. Do this. Our mark. Right here. All right. Let's see what we got. That's pretty good distance between them. So it should have a chance to back up. Almost. Too far. Essentially need the echo to carry over. Almost. Almost. Can actually probably do. Give it a little faster. Move it just a little closer. Might be where we need it. Oh, almost. Back in, pull bar back. Hundredth of a bar. It came in a little fast. A little fast. I'm going to zoom down. Just a little bit. One more pull. We're sounding much better. So much better. Just go down one more. Up. One more. That. Almost. Oh, we're getting so close. I'm gonna zoom it all the way down. All right, zoom all the way in. Pull it back because we're like not even close. It sounds good. It actually sounds good. So we're gonna do this. Bad thing is we need that same exact timing in between every single one of them. So the bad thing is what we're going to need to do is we need the critical is the distance between here needs to be the same distance between here, and this needs duplicated all the way down. So if I do this, I don't remember exactly how he said to quantize. Guess we can just hover over here, see if we see the options right here. It was supposed to be done. No, this is probably not a good idea to do, but I'm going to see what, since I can just paste this, say, tell me how to quantize multi-sol pluck. Be highlighted. Oh, hell, no. some reason, select all the tracks, Control U. Double click blue. Oh. Can't quantize. Hey, it did work. We just had to highlight all of it to get it all down here. So I think we might be able to do that. Everything. Click down here. Oh. This, and all this. Then change the focus here. Select all the notes. And quantize it all. And then, oops. Help if we track. we're just going to quantize the individual tracks. And we'll do the same with these. Unless that jacks everything up, then we're not going to do that. Nope. I don't like that. Don't like it, what it's doing. So quantize that one, but we're not going to quantize the upper one. We're going to listen to what it sounds like. It sounds good without that, but the moment it starts to stack it. So we're going to do this. We're going to undo the quantizing on this set of tracks. We're actually going to delete out those for right now. Because what we want to do, let's see. Stop. Oops. Okay, so it does kick in. That's the beginning, which means that's the beginning of the next one. And this actually probably should get pulled out here. The beginning of there. And that should be how it does, how we do it. So, should be able to drag this out. There. It's here. So the reason why I'm going to do it that way for now is once I'm able to get my bass line in there, or my drum track in there. Do we actually probably stop? I'm actually going to do see how that feels. That's actually not too bad. I like that. Like where it comes in. You could also see what it sounds like dropped in here. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, I actually really like that. Oh, next one's just gonna pop in here actually. Be there. Or yeah, because there's a double dot. That's a single. Yep, it should be there. Come in there. Bad thing is, it doesn't look like it's gonna fall. Like it falls right before the 2, and this doesn't fall before the 2. Means this isn't showing out. Doesn't seem like it's showing out the right. What we got? It's because it's right before the double. That's why. We got the double, the one after the double. Right before the double. This is where it needs to go. That's right before the double. Right after the double. That needs to actually right there. First. Or wait. No, I was right. Oh, piss in my underwears. That back. Well, wait. No. Right before the double. Means this might actually move this. Where it needs to go. Because it's gonna, we're gonna need to get our, we want our timing to be in there because actually, you know what? We'll do that. This is gonna go. It's gonna come in a little bit, at least it's gonna come in earlier than it normally would do. But it puts it all back on track. Okay, so that should come in like it normally does. Puts it right before, and we put this back on track. Okay, see what it sounds like. It still hits same way. So we'll put something in the gaps to fill in the so far right now it's just it's empty space in those gaps because we're gonna fill it in. We're gonna fill it in, which is gonna make it seem like those gaps aren't even there. It sounds like they're there now because they are there. they're there right now. This is just for right now. But I like it. I like what it sounds like. It sounds really complex and it's not. I like it. I'm liking what it sounds like. So we do this. Save. Oh, we got to do this. Select all and save. Because even though we might come back before class again, which I think we only have one more class time to work on it. I have to go in and check to see when it's actually due. It's this assignment. Assignment due on the 8th. So it's due by midnight next Wednesday. Basically class day. Give my calendar, please. Thanks. No, it's due by Sunday. So so yeah, we once we figure out the drum thing, I'll probably mess with it when I'm offline, just so I'm not sitting here for the next 7 hours messing with it. What I'll do is I'll go in offline and try to figure out what my hang up is, and go with that. Because we have to program our own drum, so, which means we might have to go in here and then find maybe a drum kit, or wait. Yeah, I know there's ways we can, like, nothing more. Oh wait. Can we not record my voice in my earballs? It's not recording. Didn't record anything. Okay, so might end up having to do anything else. Yep, don't know. Not hearing anything. Why the drum kits over here? some reason I can't. Keyboard's not wanting to. Hold on. Oh hell. This. Do this. So I could see. Ultimately, I'm just trying to. I want to hear this. I'd like to see what this fucking breakdown is so that I can get an idea of what I want to do, because when I place it on here, it doesn't want to actually put it on the damn thing. It just wants to do dumb shit, and it gets this program just gets it gets irritatingly convoluted. Because I tell it to do stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, I don't want to do that because you were doing something else. So you're going to have to restart the entire program in order for you to do what you want to do. And it happens every time. I restart the program, I go in, and it actually does what I tell it to do. To stop giving me this, I want to program it myself. No, I want to hear what this shit sounds like so that I can try to match it to what I hear. And it gets really irritating when it doesn't want to do that. It wants to just do some random shit and not what I want to tell it to do. Here, it's going to say, oh, you want to record on your own track? No, I don't. I don't want to record on my own track. I want this to be a baseline for this track that's already here so that I can see what it sounds like, because it worked before. Seriously, it works before. Why is it not wanting to work now? Why all of a sudden is it's like, nah, it's not right what you really want. No, it's exactly what I want. I want to see what this bass line in here sounds like instead of this. I can't, I don't know how to gauge this. Because you're not showing me what instruments are being played. Like I said, this is why I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna go do something else. It gets irritating. I start to get really, really irritated when the program purposely makes itself impossible to understand what the hell's going on. They do these things purposely. This is why I go into attacking education and attacking these companies that make these programs, because it's not, a lot of them don't want to teach you anything. They want to gatekeep every aspect of the information behind some wall to extract money out of you for it. Well, it took me a lot. No, most people, it takes them that long because they don't have the mind to really actually learn it. Stop hiding and locking everything behind a wall. Me needing to jump through 40 different tutorial sets to figure out why it's not wanting to give me at least a view of how this baseline track works. Because every other instance, it wants to drop it in there as a straight up audio. It doesn't want to drop it in there as a MIDI file. No, it wants to put it in there as an audio file, and it wants to make you go from there. And it's irritating. Why is it that you're audio filing now whenever I needed you to be a MIDI forever ago? Now all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, duh. Can't be an audio file. Let me go in here as a MIDI now. You need to program it. This stuff really, it drives me up a wall, which is why I end up saying, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna go do something else. I'm not gonna sit here and just beat my head against a wall. We'll literally go do anything else. I'm not gonna sit here and be impatient because of stupid stuff. And it's like I said, it's not even anything that's tough. It's hard to figure out and learn. No, it's the programs purposely hide everything behind a bunch of closed doors so that you pay a bunch of money to go and buy a bunch of tutorials that tells you, oh yeah, you click on this, and click on this, and boom, you're done. 3 seconds worth of information I need to hide behind thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of tutorials just for you to go and learn that one tiny little thing. This is the problem with education. Everything needs to be hid behind some wall. You need to hide everything behind some paywall because you deserve to be paid for it. No, you don't, really. If profit is why you're out here doing all this, then you just go away. Hand it off to somebody that's not going to look at it all as profit, who's going to actually put forth the effort to give people what they ask for and not bloat it with capitalism, because that's what happens. It's what ends up happening with all these programs, all these companies. They end up going in and selling themselves off because I built it so that I can retire. You're giving me money to retire? Peace out, Girl Scout. I'm gone. And then that company takes it and turns it into garbage. Adobe is a perfect example of it. And I'm talking about every aspect of Adobe. From the Adobe Reader all the way out to everything in the Creative Suite. Because you know what these geniuses are deciding to do? They're dropping support for Adobe Animate, a program that a lot of animators that I know personally use because it's super simple, super easy to use. And yet Adobe's decided, you know what? We're done. We're done with the Animate thing. We want to drop a new product to where we want to scam people into getting this new product that's no different than Adobe Animate, but it is no, it's not going to be different. The new program they're going to put out to replace Animate is not going to be any different than Animate, except for it's going to have a different price tag with nothing different, just a name. A name is going to be what's different, and that's how they're going to sell it as being different. Is, well, we had to do something with the name because it's a much different program. It's so much different than what Animate ever could be, even though they could just go in and re-engineer Animate. But they won't. They won't do these things. Why? Because nobody's going and buying new Animate. As a matter of fact, I don't know many people who have a constant subscription to Adobe's programs. Adobe offers nothing worth the money in their programs. Nothing. Not a single bit of Adobe's programs are worth the money you spend on them. As a matter of fact, they're so uneconomic. That's even the word. They're so uneconomic that there are free programs that once you learn the key differences between, say, something like GIMP, if you like Photoshop, you know how to use GIMP. You just got to learn essentially what makes it different from Photoshop. But it's free, 100% free. Everything about it is free. That's the problem. That's the problem with companies like Adobe. Adobe goes in and instead of making their products better, they do all this stuff to, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of, they don't really take things away unless they find some way to mold tools together, because that's what they do. They went from a bunch of tools being like the program having tons of tools, which made it tough for very linear minded people to use the program. It's hard for them to learn it because there's all these things. So they started consolidating stuff together. It's consolidated this set of tools under this, and now it does this. It switches between them. They don't really take things away. They just hide it within another tool. Or within another tool's menu. Because I've seen that, where in order to get to some things, you have to go into a specific tool, and then it gives you the option to mess with that stuff now. They do that too. But again, Adobe doesn't take things away. I mean, they don't really take tools away within the program, within the programs, because that's kind of like their model is don't take it away, just hide it somewhere. If they use it, they'll find it. which is whatever. But then when they start doing things like not really making their programs different, other than it goes from a white screen that's generating light to a black screen that's not generating any light, or very low levels of light, because that's essentially what they did when they went from CS4 to CS6. Is they made the programs, they took them from white programs generating tons of light and tons of energy and using a lot of resources on your computer, to dulling that way down and making it where the programs are more like this, where they're not they're generating light and energy. It's just not as high as being white, because the monitor isn't generating light for this black space. It's generating light for this greens, anything where there's a color change, it generates light for. So when you put your whole program on something like this, the resources for the program to run itself are going to be very minuscule, very low amount of resources. So that the resources you use for the tools within the program are what's eating your system alive. Not really, but it's essentially where all the weight to the program comes from. It's not the program itself, it's just all the tools baked into the program. And then that's what they did from CS4 to CS6. They literally just, they made it use less resources. But they charged an astronomical amount of money for that jump. And if you wanted that jump, you couldn't just go and upgrade CS4 to CS6. No, you had to go and buy CS6. And people are like, well, didn't they go to CS8 and figure it out? No, they didn't. They went right from CS6 to the subscription model. And it's a subscription model, as in Creative Cloud subscription model, where you paid for Creative Cloud based on the programs you were using. And even if you used Adobe Photoshop, you were still paying, if you wanted to use Photoshop and get the full extent of Photoshop, you were paying more than $100, I think, a month to use Photoshop like that. Or it's like, it came out to be essentially what it used to cost to buy the whole Creative Suite. Because before they went to the Creative Cloud, you could buy the whole Adobe Creative Suite with all the programs in it for like $1,500. So what they did was, when they went to subscription model, they took that $1,500 for the entire thing and they broke it down into what people are most willing to pay for certain programs. They know Photoshop is as a main, Illustrator, InDesign. For a while, Adobe Flash was a big one, but animators pulled back on using Flash animation and started going into more Animate. Because Animate came out to replace Flash. So, and it wasn't long. Like, Adobe Flash still existed. I don't know if it does now, but Adobe Flash still existed, but it wasn't being used as widely. Like, people were using Flash as like Photoshop for animation rather than using well, it's basically that. They could do Photoshop work within Flash, but not have to worry about all the rasterization that's going on, because Flash works within vectors. It's I'm pretty sure Flash, it works straight out. It works on the vectoring system, but it also has the ability to run an animation. You can export your stuff, you can build your animations in it which is what I did for one of my portfolio, or one of the things for my portfolio website when I graduated with my web degree. Was it was a whole thing on Flash. I had to do something in Flash, so I built a family tree for my sister, her and her 6 kids. A woodpecker coming in. Basically, a woodpecker comes in, lands, and like every time it pecks, like things are popping up on the trees. Goofy stuff. Just something quick, easy. Learning Flash, learning how to use Flash, because I needed it for my web program, because websites used to use a lot of Flash. A lot of your animations and stuff going on in your website was baked in Flash animation video, QuickTime video. So we had to learn it, and that's where I learned how to use Flash. And every animator I do said, we don't really use Flash for animation. We just use it for like Photoshop for animation. Adobe Animate is what we really use for animation. And it's just you build in Flash, you dump it into Animate, and then Animate's where you turn it into your animation. But again, it's the same. Alberton, even though it's still it's not run by a private equity company, they still are doing some of the private equity things. They're baking stuff too deep where intuitiveness isn't a main tool you're using to learn it. You have to heavily rely on tutorial. So what I'm going to end up doing, like probably early Saturday or something, or tomorrow off stream, whatever, what I'll end up doing is going in well, fortunately, yeah, we'll have to go in here and kind of read. Because this is essentially what we'd be getting. Because we don't have a drum machine, we don't have anything, so any drums have to come out of here. And we got to figure out how we get our keyboard reconnected to the drum kits. Because for some reason, it's not wanting to work. Which means it's just our program isn't communicating with our keyboard as a piano keyboard. It's just seeing it as a standardized keyboard. And even if we have that option we were selecting for the keyboard, even though that's selected, it's still not reading our keyboard as a keyboard. It's just still reading it as a standardized typing keyboard and not a keyboard that can be used to record MIDI. Or we could just be not doing it right. Because from what I see here, it looks like he's still in arrangement view, not in, or he's in the other view and not in arrangement. So again, I'll just have to go off stream, do it. I'll just have to do it off stream. It's just gonna be how it goes. I do want to check calendar. Make sure there's nothing due today. Oh, we do have stuff today. Jeez Louise, man. Oh, so it's 5 points. Funny enough, what it says 5 points. Oh, that shouldn't be too long. No, No, that, and this is how they get you. It's 5 points for probably 20 plus modules. I already do 3. And yeah, exit recharge. Yeah, because I did it angry. Yeah, I was angry. Which means that, let's see. This should have already been done as well. Just gonna click this. Because I think I did all this angry. I was really angry when I was doing it. Yeah, I was really angry. Just super, super angry doing it. It doesn't look like... Three. Yeah, did it. The results. Yeah, I did it angry. Okay, so that's good. We will have that to do. And this will be... We should be able to sort this out by the end of the weekend. By Sunday. We should be able to get it sorted by Sunday. Then on Tuesday, we have our assessment for Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, which is really good. It was really good play. I read through it while I was watching it the other day. Just to give you an idea of what the play is, we'll just go into courses, theater, units, 3. Nope, it was 2. A liar. It was right here. Already did the quiz. So our assessment is going to be who we think is the protagonist in this play. It's a really good play. I read through it while I was watching. I say watching only because it was visual, but there is a good really, really well put together performance of this. And this one right here. I watched this as I was reading it. And because I treated it like an audio book, I was able to follow along. Obviously, this is all scene setting, blocking stuff, more scene setting stuff. So obviously, when I get to these parts, not that I can skip over here. It's that I can hit play and pause on my keyboard and then read through it, get the context of what it's talking about here. Margaret's voice is both rapid and drawing. Interlong speeches. So a lot of this stuff don't really have to read if you're listening to it, but you have to listen to a stage performance of it. You can't listen to the movie. You can't listen to anything other than an actual stage performance of it. Because even though the original ending of the play was cut an act short, they came back out with a third act because of the amount of closure that was missed with it ending in the second act. So they brought out the creator brought out a third act so that a lot of that closure does happen. We do end up getting a lot of that closure. So it's one of those things where you can read it. I would highly recommend, if you're going to read it, listen to this performance while you do it. It gives you a really good sense of what's going on, to the point where you're not having to guess how you're not having to guess the moods, emotions, and things like that. And I could understand why some people would say two of the other people could be seen as a protagonist more than the person I think is the protagonist. And that's because if you were to just read it in a monoistic way where it's just like just words, reading words instead of reading a dialogue, and essentially stopping and say, how would this person be relaying this? You're just reading it as a text. It's hard to gain that sense of realism. Even though it's not real, it's hard to gauge a sense of realism when you're just reading a text as text, which is why I wanted to not only read it, but I wanted to hear it as well. Hear how these emotions are sent out and relayed. I wanted to hear how the characters interact with one another as I'm reading through this text. So I was able to get a much better feel for how the play is, how you read the play by listening to it being performed at the same time. It sounds weird, and a lot of people would say, how do you do that when one's a play? Like it's not an actual audiobook. It's not someone reading through like they would an audiobook. That's from having years of experience kind of doing the same thing, reading audiobooks, if you will, and not just listening to them. I'm going to say I've recorded audiobooks. I have some excerpts from books that I've read practicing audiobook reads. So it's one of those things where I can read through this, jump these spaces, and kind of hear them unfolding. Because it's going to explain how her mood is in this first part. You're going to be, it's going to explain to you Margaret's mood, how her delivery is going to come out, what's going on in the set. It gives you a mental picture to mess with. Even though you have no idea, like you don't have finer details of these characters, they give you some things to work with mentally here. And that's what this is. These are mental things for your brain to latch on to kind of mentally create the scene. You're listening to it being performed, this kind of like goes over to the performance and you can hear it. You don't necessarily need to see it, because as your eyes float over this, you're going to hear it all unfolding. But it's a decently long play. It's not short. It's 101 pages. Not really 101 pages, because you don't technically have to read this. It's good. It sets you up. It's a real good setup for what you're about to get. Tells you the set. It gives you literally everything you would need to know to be able to build this set in your mind and create these characters to put in there. Because they don't go into hardcore what each one of these characters looks like and each one of their little mannerisms and idiosyncrasies. It doesn't go into all that. So it gives you a name, gives you the set, gives you a teensy weensy little bits of them, but as you go along, you'll start gathering it from these pieces, which again are for the most part relayed out in when you relayed when you listen to a live performance of it. But it's a really good play. Really good play. I would highly recommend checking out the this right here if you want to know what the play is, and kind of get an idea what it is. It's like, because this name, the title of the play itself, unless you know what the phrase is and what the phrase means, you're not going to have an idea what it is. And even then, just this title alone isn't going to tell you what's going on in here. Say you know what the phrase means. You mean it means someone who's just nervous, uneasy, can't quite sit still for any specific amount of time, agitated. Even knowing what the statement means, you're going to have a very big misconception of what the play is about. You're going to just think, oh, it's just a big old drama. It's a big old drama play, and nothing but a bunch of people probably arguing about something that's going on. Well, yeah, but to know how these characters fit into why the play is named, an uneasy a person who feels uneasy, agitated, and otherwise in distress. If that's you're going to end up seeing it that way, and it's not going to do you any justice. So definitely would recommend taking a look at either this part or this part. I'd recommend checking out this, because this is the play itself. It's a really good play. I highly recommend it. It's split into two parts, but the two parts are all three acts. You got Act 1 here, and then Act 2 and 3 here.
Well, then I thought, yeah.
Really good play. And it, even though it takes place back in the early 1900s, it's it still it goes over issues that plagued the 90s, the 80s and 90s. Not so much now, not so much in the 2000s, but one of the things that it talks about and covers in this was a very highly stigmatized thing in this time, because it still existed. I mean, I think this play takes place in like post World War II, around the 50s. Post World War II, 50s setting, plantation owner. I'm going to go too far into it, and it's not going to do it justice for anybody who actually watches this or reads the play itself, or who's even read it or watched it. But again, for my assessment, my protagonist is Margaret. Maggie is my protagonist, for the simple fact that, yes, she is the one that's the loudest, the most truthful, the most honest to the end. But that's the end. Her even giving up that honesty piece in the end is why, for me, it gives her even more credibility as the protagonist of this piece. She has the most to gain, some of the most to gain, some of the most to lose, as fighting multiple fights on multiple fronts, overcomes every single one of them. Even with the lie in the end, she's still able to overcome every obstacle that's placed in her path. And she never wavers. She never wavers. And to me, the lie isn't necessarily a lie as much as it is a strategy. It's a strategic move based on based on information that she's gathered from Big Daddy. And the reason why I say that is because if you she loses the protagonist's credibility to me if the third act never exists. It would be very hard for her to keep hold of the protagonist title without the third act, because this how the second act ends, because this is the original release of this, it ended after the second act. Once the second act ended, that was it. So you got the first act. It's coming down here basically. And they're kind of like there's like a little argument going on. Not really an argument. They're let's see. Go too far. May have gone. Is in the original second act, but when it ended after the second act, Big Daddy doesn't come back out. Big Daddy stays gone. Because it goes into this conversation between Brick, Dixie, which is a kid. Because like what happens is Brick and Margaret are talking back and forth to one another. It goes into this. Brick and Maggie kind of talking about children and things like that, and she really wants a child with them. She loves him like more than anything. And then that's the end of the first act. In Act 2, because this is everybody's about to come upstairs. Everybody's coming upstairs, and see, I'm trying to remember where we actually get to. Oh yeah, the kids are coming upstairs. The kids come upstairs first and interrupt, and then she kind of goes back into her no-neck monsters. And kids are talking to Brick, and Maggie is still trying to talk to Brick. Act 1 ends. 2 comes up. Everybody's coming upstairs at this point. But it's Big Daddy's birthday, so it's kind of like part of the thing. So they all come upstairs, gather in Brick's room, and it kind of does some stuff there. Do the birthday thing. And as you get down here to the end of the second act, you find when the third act comes in. Second act is pretty long. It's probably one of the longest bits of the whole play. Yep, there we go. Mm-hmm. So the end of the second act is Brick and Big Daddy end up alone, and Brick breaks the news to Big Daddy, which is a lie that's been carried on through the whole play. And by the end, Big Daddy's mad. He's calling everybody liars. He leaves. And that was it. So in the third act, Act 3, an updated, different version, Broadway version. Third act, we have, I believe Big Daddy ends up coming back out. But, or it could be, see, I just need to read down through real quick. Because at one point, if this is the Broadway read, this is the one where Big Daddy, yeah, this is the optional, where I don't think Big Daddy does come back out. I'm almost positive the optional Big Daddy doesn't come back out. He stays gone. Or the optional is where they wrote Big Daddy back in. Nope. He stays out. So in the optional, Big Daddy stays gone. Because in the Broadway redo, back up. Okay. Almost positive in this Broadway redo, Big Daddy. Yep. This is where it is. So in the Broadway redo is where they bring him back out. And when they bring him back out, he comes back out where he knows the lie was a lie, and Brick knows that Brick knows he knows that the lie is a lie. No one else knows he knows the lie is a lie. But when he comes back out, he don't come out straight out and say that. He goes into kind of this stuff. Talking about it smells like a whole lot of mendacity in here. And it has a aroma of death. So it's pretty much like when they brought him back out, they created a closure piece. Because what it does, and again, if they never brought him back out, it would be hard to argue that Maggie is a protagonist. Because the baby announcement thing would have been, to me, it wouldn't have landed, but it wouldn't have landed so well, because when Big Daddy comes back out, you can see in the text, even on the stage performance, that his alliances have changed. In the beginning of the play, all the way up until he leaves in the second act, even with the being called, when the moment he learns the truth, everybody becomes liars, his allegiance changes. But it's not known until he comes back out in the third act, in which time everyone is able to see the allegiance change. And it's not just like he comes back out mad, like, lying to me. No, it's what he's wearing, all of a sudden becomes Maggie's strategy, because she makes remarks about it. She makes remarks about the gift that was given, which is the robe, the slippers. That's yes, he went over an arc, but she also went over the arc with him and kind of used that piggyback moment to create another even more dynamic moment. Because once she says what she says, it starts a whole new thing. He does go into, yeah, a celebratory thing, but then he leaves again. And it continues. The whole thing continues with the last remaining members of who were left behind, essentially. So that's why I believe that she is the protagonist, because she pretty much carried this whole damn thing. She carried it from beginning to end. And she didn't just drop this fake news and say, well, everybody's gone, let's try to make the fake news real news now. She still wanted to. She went from just wanting to have sex in the beginning to now wanting to actually make it to where there's not a lie, and they both can take their place with this. She's even using it as a kind of a way to get what she wants to him, to Brick, because Brick's her husband. They don't have sex. He always turns her down because he's basically depressed and drinking himself to death because his friend drank himself to death. Someone he was very, very close with drank himself to death. So he's kind of doing the same. And she uses that she uses his alcoholism at this point to kind of get what she wants as well. She tells him, I'm the only one that can take you to get liquor. You're out. So we have sex to try to make a baby. And once we're done, I'll take you to get alcohol and we can get drunk together. Again, it's the 50s. So I don't think people rightly knew how bad the alcohol was to your baby. But again, it's like that's why I see her as the protagonist. She did the absolute most. She had so much movement. This girl was all over the place. Even when she wasn't there, she was doing movement while she wasn't there. She was pretty much in every bit of the conversations between Big Daddy and Brick. So she is laced in and out of this entire play, all the way through it. She is threaded in every aspect of the play. Even when she's not present, she's still threaded into it. Which is why I believe, me personally, I believe with the third act, him, Big Daddy coming out back in the third act, it helps to reinforce her as the protagonist. It reinforces her by that. It would be hard to prove without it. Without him coming back in the third act, it would be hard to prove. And not to mention, she was this right here. No-neck little monsters. One of those no-neck monsters hit me with a hot butter biscuit, so I haven't changed. Yeah, that right there. I had no idea she was talking about kids. And then I was like, and I got here, I'm like, oh, she's calling his brother's kids no-neck monsters. It was like, is at that moment, this moment, I'm like, you know what? I need to hear that. I need to hear how intense that was. So that's when I came over here or went to Google, like, give me this play. I know it's out there somewhere.
One of those no-neck monsters hit me with a hot buttered biscuit, so I had to change.
What'd you say, Maggie? Water was on so loud I couldn't hear you.
Well, I just remarked that one of those no-neck monsters messed up my lovely lace dress, so I had to change.
Why'd you call Gooper's kiddies no-neck monsters?
Because they've got no necks. Isn't that a good enough reason?
Don't they have any necks?
None visible. Their fat little heads are set on their fat
I'm
little
not gonna lie,
bodies without a bit of connection.
I did watch the play before I went back and read it while watching it. I had to watch it first because this lady was just really, really good. And I think this is her right here, Catherine Parks. I really think that she did a phenomenal job. And she's part of the reason why I'm staking it all on her being the protagonist, because she did so well in embodying this character. And it was because of these lines. I could not read these lines as text. I needed some organic material behind it. So that's what I did. I went over and I watched it while reading, or I watched it first. Then I went back and watched it and read it at the same time. But I had to watch it. I had to watch it just to get a good feel of it, which is why when I went to Google, they had the movie and all this. And I know how movies are. I know that if they're made off of a text, they cut out and consolidate a bunch of crap for no reason. And it hurts the text more than anything. Because it's only if they were to do the movies exactly how this is done, if it's only a 2-hour movie, you're only looking at 2 hours and some change. That's an hour and some change. It's 46 minutes and some change. That's a 2-hour movie. Whoop-de friggin' do. It's released 10 years ago. Y'all could have done it. Y'all could have done it. 10 years ago was the after 2010. That's for damn sure. 2015. So in 2015, they could have taken this alone and used this as a way to translate onto the big screen. But they didn't. They did what they normally do in their Hollywood fashion, and that's, my interpretation's so much better. No, it is not. This is phenomenal. This was a phenomenal piece to watch. I loved it. Brought a whole deeper respect for this play itself. Yeah, I recommend checking it. Good play. Really good play. So I haven't been online in a couple days. And mainly I was really busy last couple days doing schoolwork. Wanted to watch the Fallout series. Doing this all the time, doing schoolwork all the time. I don't really have chances to catch up on stuff on visual entertainment. But so I've kind of been out of it. Out of the loop for a moment, but not really, because conversation ain't changed. Conversation's still the same. It still ain't changed. I didn't know they banned her. That's kind of jacked up. What'd they ban her for?
This is one of the most based women on the internet.
But your period is actually not an excuse to turn into a raging bitch. And any woman who uses her period as an excuse to be a raging bitch really has just been harboring up her desire to be a bitch and has saved it for her period because we think that men are are too stupid to know otherwise, and they technically are not too stupid. You guys just don't know otherwise because women are brilliant at gaslighting men.
That's Roma, and she's out here advocating for dudes and dudes' mental health. In fact, she advocates for dudes so hard that
The thing with it is like, I'm not gonna say I 100% agree with her, but she's pretty fucking based. That chick is based. She's really based. She does not pull punches, but she does go on the attack of women more than anything. Which she's a woman. She knows how women are. She knows some of the nuances, and I've seen her stand corrected. She has stood corrected whenever she needs to be corrected. But one of the most based women on the internet.
a lot of women hate her. Because so many women hate her, she gets mass reported a lot, and she's just been
She gets banned constantly.
Again, which sucks because she had over 500,000 people on that account, but this is her new account, and I'm gonna tag her so that y'all can go and follow her again. It's not very
Yeah, she's always getting banned. Like Karens doing what Karens love to do what they do best, and that's not be attacked. if a Karen feels like she's being attacked, then she's definitely gonna attack back. But yeah, I've kind of been I've been out of it for a minute, for a couple days, just a couple days. It's just to catch up on things that they're called real life. Because I mean, I walk 3 to 4 miles every single day. Every single day I have class, which is 4 days a week. 4 days a week, I walk 3 to 4 miles to and from the bus stop. That's to and from the bus stop. Going to class on both ends. The bus, taking the bus, getting off the bus, walking another mile, or it's probably closer to half, 3/4 of a mile. Don't really feel like a whole mile. It doesn't feel, walking from my apartment to the bus stop feels like a whole mile. That feels like a mile and a quarter. It's a little bit longer of a walk. Could be less, but it feels a lot longer than the walk from the bus stop downtown at Columbus State. And that takes a massive chunk out of my day. So I end up at the school for 3.5 hours. 2 hours for class. Well, on my short days, it's 2 hours for class with an extra hour and some change walking to and from the bus stop. So that's three hours and some change on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Then it's about 5 hours because I have 2 classes, or I have class 2 times on Monday and Wednesday, that's 4 hours in class alone. Then there's about an extra hour and change. What's up, pal? About an extra hour and change. Before and after class. So on my long days, I'm there for about 5 hours and some change. 4 days a week. That's a lot of time. Whereas normally I drive to class, do class. Monday, it's quick. I go there for one class. We do the class, then go do lab. Like a 10-minute break, do lab. Wednesdays, we don't have lab, so it's that class, my biology class. Then I have to wait for another hour or so until my music class, and then that's 2 hours. Then I have about half hour or so. Well, I'd say it's about 40 minutes total because the bus rides between a half hour and 40 minutes. 45, 50, depending on how busy the bus is. So by the time I get home on my long day, it's after 7 p.m. So yeah, a lot of time during my week. I was driving my own car. Shit. It'd be no time. I'd be able to leave like 20 minutes before class. Half hour if I want to get there early. Then the moment I leave class, I'm walking to my vehicle and I'm right on the road home in another 10, 15 minutes. Not a lot of time spent in travel. About almost half the time spent right now is travel. So yeah, it's tiring, which is why I do find myself falling asleep on stream, especially if I'm not constantly chatting and talking. I give myself breaks. Like, I'll yawn all day, but not having chatters, and if I'm not talking or doing something, then yeah, that idleness. What's up, Floof? You a man? Over here cleaning yourself. So we're gonna go through and see what we got going on. We're not gonna watch Baron. We're gonna watch JP. I want to hear what he's got to say about being
I'm
slayed.
getting crucified over on Twitter for this viral leaked call with Erika Kirk sketch comedy video I made. So let's see how the crucifixion is going. One person says, it's time to Bud Light JP Sears. I'm not trans. A truly sickening display of his true colors. He is a creep. So it's going pretty good. Welcome back to the JP Rex channel, my freedom-loving friend. This is where we help spread the light of truth and freedom because truth conquers.
Dude is so funny. He says it's going pretty well.
Now, in this video, I'm going to go through some of the negative comments crucifying me for this video I made. I'll go through some positive supporting comments. I'll also share why I made this video and why I have no apologies for it. And I'll also share a common denominator I'm finding with people who seem to hate this video. So let's get into it. There are a lot of very negative comments, and I think the vast majority are supportive. We'll go through some of those, but quite honestly, the negative ones are a lot more fun, so we'll spend more time focusing on that. Here's one. I'm adding JP Sears to the growing list of people who I used to enjoy. Oh, thank you for used to enjoying me. Before they turned either evil or insane. I'm curious which one I am. I don't know. And the fact that Candace Owens is retweeting his vile attacks on Erika Kirk should be all the evidence that you need. Thank you for the retweet, Candace. To Joel, thank you for the comment.
retweet,
By the way, with
Candace.
negative comments, you won't find me bashing them. Like, let me character assassinate that guy that I've never heard of, or you'll see some prominent people. I have heard of you. In fact, I know you. Let me character assassinate you. No, I'm all like free speech. And thank you for telling me what you think. I haven't seen all the negative comments. I've gone through some, and I have no need to make these people feel differently. What I want to do here is just present how some people feel. Here's a supportive one. All the patriots bitching about JP Sears right now better never say anything to me about free speech ever again. I stand with free speech. I stand with comedy. Lighten up, people. Here's another one. Yeah. That JP Sears Erika Kirk sketch sure did rile some jimmies. Harsh language. Unpopular
harsh
opinion
language.
From someone who was largely indifferent to Kirk before his tragic assassination. JP was pointing out something that honest and objective observers already noticed, and without crazy conspiracies. Another supportive one. JP Sears is more conservative than the butthurt people in the comments. Erika Kirk's behavior is weird. Sorry, that's not an opinion. That's a fact. And before I explain why I made the video and why I absolutely will apologize to nobody, here's one more negative one because those are more fun. JP Sears is a disgusting human. Imagine being a 44-year-old man who thinks mocking the widow of a recently murdered man is speaking truth to power. What if it was? How dare Erika project strength through trauma? JP is telling us that he is utterly weak because he would not be as resilient. I probably wouldn't be. Now we'll get to some more negatively and positively polarized comments shortly, including from some notable
polarized
people. But first, so you can hear it from me. Here is why I made that video. It is not because I'm trying to mock a grieving widow. It is not because I think Erika Kirk was in on Charlie's murder. I have seen no evidence that's convincing me of that. What I am mocking is very weird, abnormal behavior. Now, I've made some other reaction videos about those behaviors. You can look them up if you want. So I'm going to give a very brief, from the horse's mouth, this is how I see it explanation. And with that, my job doing what I do is to call balls and strikes. Not just on the people I want to call balls on and just on the people I want to call strikes on, but to call balls and strikes as I see it. I like to be as principled in that as possible. Now, for me to say I see very weird behavior from Erika Kirk, I'll get to it in a second, but for me to say that and then to say, but I'm not going to call it out because I'm afraid people will attack me, or I'm not going to call it out because there's also the card of grieving widow. That would be me not willing to call balls and strikes. Like it or not, I call balls and strikes. That's my choice as best I can. So the weird behavior that I see, she has a strong history of fame-seeking behavior. Her Amazing Race audition tape.
His video, he talked about, like, I think I watched it the other day on stream. It said this, like, her weird fame and attention-seeking behavior with the Amazing Race videos, with the dating show videos, like, she's always seems to be caught up in a lie, can't explain her lie, and when she does, it's another lie compounding that lie. So she's got to maintain multiple lies on multiple fronts. You'd think that it would just get exhausting after a while. Which it makes that Coach Colin AI video that much funnier. Because she probably is exhausted from all the lies, but they keep pressing the button to turn her back into the robot, so she never can actually get, like, the lies can never get out of here because they're always shutting her down and turning her back into a robot. No, we got to keep the lies inside, keep perpetuating the lies. She probably is exhausted. They just keep clicking her button.
Tape resurfaced. She was on a reality TV show that resurfaced. She's also been on tape in an interview saying she wasn't dating anybody at that time, didn't drink at that time. And she's on this reality TV show, literally dating. It's a dating show and drinking. She was in beauty pageants. No specific knock on that, though I don't have any respect for what beauty pageants are, but that's just another
I don't respect them either.
Behavior.
That's an exploitive layer to women that's masked as this empowering thing. It's not. It's not. Beauty pageants aren't really what they are.
Voluntarily steps into the position after Charlie's death of being the face of Turning Point USA. That's a voluntary step into a strong position of power and fame after she's displayed a history of fame-seeking behavior. Now, what I have not seen in her history is having any sort of experience or qualification running, I believe,
and funny enough, I even said that too. Like, what kind of organizations has she even run? Like, how are people even able to see her running some tiny little podunk organization that does nothing with money. Like, the most money they see is on concession night during cheer weekend. But somehow she is able to successfully navigate the waters of a multi-million-dollar organization that is global. I mean, I said that a week ago. I think it was because somebody else was bringing up, I think somebody else brought up a weird point about, like, what gives her the actual credentials to run this kind of massive organization. And I was like, I mean, it makes sense. And I went into ChatGPT and even asked, it's going to be here close. Maybe not close, but maybe this. Oh, shit. Oh, no, that's a whole different conversation. That was just a weird conversation I had walking home one day. So it's definitely before that or after that. Erika Kirk. We'll be able to find it. Maybe it was Google I asked. Did we ever have a conversation about Erika Kirk's credentials on how she's able to take over a 9-figure organization? Should be have we ever had? No. It's one of these two. Let's see if had to have been between somewhere between there. Oh, this is nope. It's definitely not that. That's don't want to mess with that conversation because that's son of a bitch is going to get real heavy. Actually, that's this conversation we're currently in. I thought for sure I had a conversation in ChatGPT in regards to how Erika Kirk somehow has the credentials to run a 9-figure company. But yeah, I've had that conversation like a week ago. Obviously, I'm not able to find it in one of these because Google Gemini don't really keep conversations, and Google AI mode doesn't keep conversations, and I don't talk to it in Gemini. So it doesn't have, like, let's see. Yeah. Nothing. There's nothing in those conversations that would point me to. But yeah, that's the conversation before was that it was about she has no credentials to run that company, and why it would. And that's why I brought up to maybe they know this and they don't care because she's not actually going to be running the company. She's just going to be a talking head. She's going to be that pretty blue-eyed, blonde hair face in front of the company who's just sex appeal. Sex sells. Right from the horse's mouth. So, again, that's how I'm taking it. She's not actually running the company. She'd be the one talking to everybody and saying she's running the company and saying this. But just like we saw in the most recent season of Fallout, as a matter of fact, who ran Robco? Same situation. People who actually run TPUSA can't put themselves in the light like that. So, why not put somebody who the world already knows out in front? Make the money, not have power. Easy win for her. Because she gets exactly what she wants and has been working so hard for so long. Money and fame. To her, power, easily sacrificed. But she's not going to be sacrificing power, though. Because, as I always say, these things run in layers and tiers. Erika Kirk is here, but she's not at the top. Somebody else is up here, or other people are up here. She is underneath them. But she does have the rest of the organization at her whim underneath her. You'll stay in power as long as you don't step on our toes. Don't think you're about to run anything and just be your pretty little face self. Say what we tell you to say. Other than that, shut up. Collect a check. Go home to your kids. Because remember, what happened to your husband? Easy. Easy. Human beings are easily bought, easily threatened, easily swayed, in a lot of cases, easily blackmailed. So, she might be running or in the head of the organization, but she's not running it. She is just another puppet of it. That's my opinion. Allegedly. Opinion, allegedly, and opinion.
That's what Turning Point USA is.
I'm going to call them alleged opinions. I'm going to coin that term. It's alleged opinion. My opinion with allegations. My alleged opinion.
I have seen zero
alleged
qualifications
opinions
for that. Yet she's doing that. Next piece of weird behavior. She's immediately very dedicated to that after Charlie's death. She's very immediately on video, very immediately on stage, very immediately running corporate calls that are very lopsided in the sense of, hey, we're celebrating
evidence
metrics
of how,
like merch
why
sales, hat
he agrees
sales,
with me.
event numbers, donors, and very light on the, oh yeah, grieving the loss of Charlie. Now,
Oh,
there's
that's-
one more weird thing that's at least as weird as all of that.
It
And
turned her emotions
I'll share
off
that with
for
you
Charlie.
when I tell you the
She
common
had him
denominator
and to
I
begin
see with
allegedly
a lot of
alleged
people
opinions.
who are trying to crucify me. So stay tuned for that. So let's get to a couple more negative comments and positive support here
that's what I'm gonna start
under the
saying.
video. 2.9 million views.
Well, it's my alleged opinion that she's just weird.
Hopefully, I don't really care. But Seth Dillon, I'm going to come back to him. Starting with Kyle, all of the weird virtue signals in the comments are really off-putting. This call was bizarre. JP is doing what he does. Dom LeCoeur, who I follow, I a lot of respect for him. And this is, by the way, this
follow
is
him on
about
X as
the
well.
most beautifully communicated. It's not even a negative comment. It's just not supporting the video. This like an example of good communication. I'll read it. We'll get back to the video in just a second, but first, let me. Effective.
We were talking, I think last time we spoke about supplementation as it relates to, metabolic pathways. And one thing I've been tracking pretty closely is this whole, the NMN
Oh,
thing.
son of a bitch.
Your cellular repair to keep you healthy. Now back to the video. This is a grieving wife. Nobody can dictate how she will do so, bro. No hate to you and not calling.
Oh, yeah. Even though I show Alberton Live 12 on here, I'm not sponsored by them. I would highly recommend you work for a company and use whatever they use to engineer audio, because Alberton is ridiculously expensive. Regular people will never be able to afford it. Let's just say that. They don't have a such thing as a free trial. You have to have a license to use the program. I have a license to use the program through school. I don't plan to continue after. That's why I'm going to work so hard in this class, is because once I'm done in this class, I will just be taking the skills that I learned and translating them practically to something else to do audio. I'll try with all the skills by the end, and for my portfolio, because that's the final of the class isn't like a test. It's we create a portfolio, put everything in it, and we submit it. So everything will be essentially, I'll be able to go back, and even my original audio, I will have the skills down the line to turn that into a workable MP3 track and be able to use it in a variation of ways. But I'm not sponsored by Alberton. I only show it on here because that's the program we use for class. Now, they'd like to sponsor me. That'd be great, but I'm a nobody, and I doubt that's going to happen, because they want people who can bring billions of dollars to their organization, not some nobody who's just fiddle fracking around with their program while learning it in class. Because we would have used the one the industry uses, the industry standard program. Don't remember what the name of it is exactly. We would use that in class and learn that in class, but they couldn't figure out how to do the licensing thing. Alberton figured out, they created this whole licensing thing over the last year or so with my instructor, so that we can have something to use for class, because otherwise it would have been real weird how we would have figured it out. It was one of the first conversations. So yeah, not sponsored by Alberton. There's your commercial break. Back to the regularly scheduled program.
Calling you out, but Democrats would never do this to their own. Don't let the propaganda about Eric lead you astray. So right there, the propaganda about Erika, He and I clearly see that differently. There's some things I see about her, like she had Charlie murdered. Right now that looks like propaganda to me. But things that I see is like, well, this is valid stuff. The things I just listed to you, sounds like Dom is viewing that as propaganda. So that's just like where our perspectives split. And I so appreciate how he would have his perspective. And I really appreciate like he's communicating like a civil human being to someone who he disagrees with on this issue. Let us all learn a lesson from that.
Not attacking
it's just
at all.
That propaganda, brother, if she was to see this, imagine what she could feel. We have to be there for each other, just as we are for you. We are family. Let's take care of each other. I love all of you. Let's do this the right way. The Lord is watching. I am going to like that comment. I do like that. Another comment. I'm sorry, but this was hilarious. I understand that people have a relationship with Erika, may feel a certain way, but unfortunately she is not above scrutiny. She is choosing to step into a role meant to replace Charlie's movement, and that comes with criticism. So I mentioned earlier how she voluntarily stepped in.
Comments like that are how conversations go into useful action. That's how you progress a conversation from just a simple idle chat and an exchange of ideas and opinions and whatevers. You're going from a conversation to something that you can put into a plan of action if need be. So when you have comments like that, like this, she's acknowledged right out of the gate. Sorry, but it was hilarious. And she is 100% correct. Base as she can be with it. Like, it's not even base. It's fact. It's fact that it is an absolutely hilarious skit. And she goes into essentially addressing what everybody's ultimate hang-up is. And because it's not grieving widow thing. It's really not, because she's already said she grieves in different ways. She's not crying and whatever and blah, blah, blah. Because if you want to use the grieving widow thing, then you're going to need to go to standard image of a grieving widow. No, I don't want your... These are your standard images of grieving widows. Standard image of a grieving widow. You know what you don't see? I'll leave this here. Erika Kirk Zoom call. Two very, very different scenes we see here. And I'm not saying it's like what she's doing is not standard, because it is. It's not standard. Because if I would have, if it was even remotely attached to any bit of a standard of grieving widow, the normality of grieving widow, well, these are old people, these are white ladies, this is not how everybody grieves. Everybody grieves differently. But it's weird to have to say that as part of a justification of why you're laughing and giggling and smiling and just having a good old time with the good old boys. Didn't mean nobody no harm. Like, it goes into a weird, uncomfortable conversation from there, because take away this, I would not see a grieving widow. If take away all the context out of this image here, and in knowing what these images represent, you take all of that context out of there, the first thing your mind is going to go to is not grieving widow. Take away your knowledge of knowing that Charlie Kirk was murdered 5 days before this. 5 days before this. Take away that knowledge. Take away the knowledge of she is now trying to figure out the next steps of her life with her children, very young children. Take away the context of her just stepping into a massive organization that she is very, very underskilled for. You take away all that context. Not a single bit of this says grieving widow to me. Not a single bit of this says somebody who had just leveled up from level 1 to level 99 in 5 days. 5 days of non-continuous play. As a casual gamer, she went from level 1 to level 99. And now she's got to fit 98 levels of knowledge into 5 days. Even as a gamer, that is very overwhelming. The smiling you do is more of a holding back your crash out. Your smiles are like, yeah, that's a lot. That's a whole lot. I got all these skills. I don't know what to do with them now. I've seen them in the skits from the who are they? It's in all my windows south. I don't know what their name is. The guys who do the video game skits, they're the Australian guys. They really good skits, and they do some of their skits are that you go from zero to hero and no knowledge in between. And you don't look like this. You don't look genuinely happy and just overwhelmed with happiness and not essentially leveling up way beyond your skill set and abilities. Again, this is why his skit is so hilarious, and that is simply because of that. It's why this comment makes so much sense, because it's not normal. It is not normal. That's not a standard thing you see. It's not standard. This is not normality right here. This is normal. Which is why she needed to put in there the justification for everybody grieves differently. She wasn't saying it for everyone else to believe it as much as she was saying it for herself. She was trying to make sure that she still believes it as much as she wants everybody else to believe. Everybody grieves differently. But there are standards. And sorry, but Charlie Kirk may have been the one to break normality, but not Erika. Not when she's mostly been an actress her whole life. And this right here, Charlie Kirk was he was a force within his movement. Whether people liked him, hated him, indifferent. He was a force within his movement. I didn't follow him, but I knew who he was. I've known of things that he would say. I only ever really caught the whole campus thing, not really a bunch of church stuff, which part of him and his organization was partly, I mean, the organization itself didn't seem like a church thing. The organization itself seemed more like a conservative movement. It was something to not push young kids and the youth into being conservatives, but it was to get them involved into politics itself. And that's how I saw Charlie Kirk's organization way back pre-COVID. Was just that. It was something to get, if you became a conservative, wonderful. But our mission is to get you involved into politics to where you're not raising concerns while you're on your deathbed. Because that's ultimately what ends up happening. The young generations don't pay attention to this stuff early enough. And by the time they do, it's not that it's too late. It's just, you got a lot of catching up to do. Like me myself, I'm still catching up because I had to take steps back from driving myself toward the loony bin with this stuff. I didn't have, like, this is what the whole Batman idea, it just blows my mind. Because most instances, the people who want to do the most for people are the ones who can't. It's impossible. It's improbable, impractical. It's just something that's not feasible. The Batman ideology, the being able to go out as somebody with no powers, using the tools of their mind, the tools of their belt, and the tools they have at their disposal around them. For a poor person to do that, they would have to be able to do what Batman did. As a kid, he worked his way to being good at fighting. Yes, poor people can do that. Yes, you can be good at fighting. What you can't do is you can't quickly come about becoming Batman when Batman is needed. The time is a lot longer because to be able to take if you're a genius, yes. But if you're a genius, you're not going to be poor for very long because you're going to be able to figure out ways to make money and be able to duplicate that to be able to build yourself something. So to be a genius, you're not going to be poor for very long. But to be something like Batman, you can't be poor. Because you don't have the means to create the tool belt. Because creating the tool belt, you have to have the ability to get into those opportunities to procure the things to turn into the tools. Yes, you can do it from the garbage. You need a lot more time. You need a hell of a lot more time doing that. Because try parsing shit out of dumpsters. It's not that easy. It's not easy parsing things. And again, a genius would be able to do it with anything they find in any dumpster regardless. But the moment that genius is realized, then that becomes the money-making thing. And therefore, the genius is able to build themselves up in less time than it would take. A poor person parsing every dumpster and finding one thing for every 150 dumpsters. And that's a poor person in intelligence and in resources, not just a poor person in resources. When I refer to a lot of times a poor person who can't do something like Batman. Like for me, my Batman, if you will, is what I do with this. I was able to put together the resources to be able to do my crime fighting. And that's keep beating up the ears and the eyes of those that aren't paying attention, who are not listening. Because, I mean, whether you listen to what I say or not, it's going to make you think about whatever I'm talking about a little bit differently. Might make you disagree harder, might make you agree. But you'll think about what I'm saying. If you hear my words, you'll think about what I say, even if it's for a second. That's all. That's my Batman. That's my way of fighting crime, is keep regurgitating and retranslating all of this down the line, down the into the tiers of where I exist.
She is choosing to step into a role meant to replace Charlie's movement, and that comes with criticism. So I mentioned earlier how she voluntarily stepped into the role of massive fame and spotlight. That comes with something. It comes with, if you're, whatever your behavior, whether it's just weird because that's how you are, or it's weird because there's something weird going on, you stepped into the position of a spotlight. People who call balls and strikes, they're going to talk about you. Like, I'm in a position of a spotlight. Thus, people have every right to talk about me. That's why I'm not trying to shut any of this down. Yeah, screw him. He's wrong. Yeah. Here's another one. Please do not walk this back. Stay strong with truth. Yeah, I'm not walking it back. I am apologizing for nothing. Here's another one.
There you go. Don't apologize.
Honestly,
to no
I came
one.
around to finally commenting on this about the time JP Sears did here. I was respectful for a long time, but it just got to the point where you say, what the F? This makes no sense. She is acting bizarre. You can say grieving widow only so many times before you have to say, what is going on with this lady and all the bizarre stuff surrounding her. Now, a particular little kind of separate firestorm, like a little Civil War thing, which I don't like happens, but it is. I'm going to observe it and be amused by it and acknowledge it. Seth Dillon, founder of the Babylon Bee. I've had a chance to have lunch with him once, probably 3 or 4 years ago. He comments this: you mocked the wrong woman.
Yeah, and that was weird.
Separate battle of people attacking Seth. And then this comment to Seth's comment: this you? I thought parody was protected. Another comment to Seth: what he's done, I believe referring to me, is exactly how the world saw it. If you have a problem with that, maybe you're the dummy. Even after watching, you're still blind. Maybe you're the brainwashed and blinded by external beauty fool. 90% of us agree with JP, not you. I came here for the comments, did not disappoint. You're getting cooked in the replies and you deserve it. I mean, the tone of the calls was weird. I thought JP Sears was on point. Another one, her behavior has been odd. Another one, weird comment. Satirist judges satirist for doing satire. That actually is like a good Babylon.
That is that right there. A satirist judging a satirist for doing satire. Kettle, pot, black. And the face, perfect face, perfect snapshot face. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take that for whenever I do. So I'm gonna start doing this. Since ChatGPT wants to be dumb with things that I create, I'm gonna create a file with faces of people I needed to put in places. So we're gonna call it save PNG. We're gonna save it as faces for places. Oh, well, let me go here. Thumbnails, faces for. All right. That's a perfect little thumbnail.
Here's someone else commenting on Seth's comment. The Babylon Bee commits to only mocking the correct women. Someone else got in on it as well. Mocking Erika Kirk, not okay. mocking Mary. Okay. This is Christian Zionist ideology, and he's referencing a Babylon Bee post. You're going to be a perpetual what? Joseph asks Mary on wedding night, presumably virgin. And then this is actually funny. Another Babylon Bee guy replied to that commenter. It's possible you missed the joke here. Allow me to explain. The joke is that Joseph asks Mary, you're going to be a perpetual what on their wedding night? Just said it word for word. That's kind of funny. I hope this helps. Okay, so here's what I see with some of the folks who I know who they are and they're crucifying me. Here's what I see as a common denominator with the majority of them. I can't say all for sure, but a common denominator is they are, this is all conservatives, but they're conservatives who are kind of what we might call Israel first conservatives relative to America first conservatives, or like Zionists is another way to say this. As this commenter pointed out, this is Christian Zionist ideology. Yep. And just using Seth Dillon as an example, he's incredibly pro-Israel.
Yep.
Here you can see,
for sure.
This was just from a few days ago, the Israel guys.
Yeah.
Honored to meet Seth Dillon, culture warrior and CEO of the Babylon Bee at the Generation Truth Conference in Jerusalem this week. So that tells you he's very pro-Israel, and that's his prerogative. Here's what's interesting. So are most people crucifying me. A lot of people defending me are much more America first, and like there's some Zionist stuff we can talk about. Candace would probably be on Mount Rushmore of that. Now, remember how I said there was one more weird thing about Erika Kirk, and this ties into it beautifully. Little context for the one more weird thing about Erika Kirk. You've probably seen the text messages and things coming out, very documented, like not conspiracy theory, but very well documented. Before Charlie's death, he's literally telling a friend, I fear Israel will kill me. He's literally on the phone with Netanyahu saying, no, I won't accept your $150 million. You've seen the text. He's turning down, or he's losing Jewish donors, millions of dollars, because Charlie says, I can't do this Israel cause no matter what stuff anymore. It's not working. I don't believe it. Whereas the Zionist perspective is, you better believe it. So it's, in my opinion, extraordinarily just well documented. Charlie was absolutely pulling back on his support for Israel. Coincidentally, was killed immediately thereafter. Now, the weird thing about Erika Kirk, as she steps into apparently carrying Charlie's
Israel
legacy
first
forward, she's not carrying that part of his legacy forward. She seemingly is much more all about Israel. And then seemingly people who are all about Israel see Erika Kirk and say, well, we're all about Erika Kirk. Perhaps it's not so genuine. Perhaps it's just because, well, now she's very much supporting my cause, better than Charlie was at the end. So questioning Erika Kirk is to question Israel, and we don't do that. That's where free speech ends. Because it's hate speech, right? That's what we say? Okay. Yeah. We don't do that anymore. So that's a common denominator that I'm seeing amongst people who want to crucify me. They're just all about Israel, and they like to shut down.
If you go follow any of those lines to anywhere, they'll all have the same thing in common. They're all Israel first people. All Israel first. I doubt it. Live an hour ago. An open letter to Erika Kirk. Oh, let's hear.
Let there be light. I mean, at least that was, in a nutshell, what Erika Kirk told the reporter Trace Gallagher in a one-on-one interview regarding what she is hoping to get out of these court proceedings. She wants transparency. Take a listen.
I want there to be no hesitation in understanding of what happened to my husband that day. I want there to always be full transparency, because what I don't want to have happen is for there not to be, and then I am relying then on social media and other news outlets to explain the narrative rather than saying, hey, this is what happened, this is what here's all of the...
I'm going to have to stop it right there first. The bad thing is unless like you're not going to satiate any side of this argument, and neither side. The side that wants to know what happened and doesn't believe the official narrative. Then you have the other side that completely believes the official narrative and doesn't think that there's anything else. Like, there's no way to satiate either side of this conversation. Because let's say the narrative is what's unfolded in court. Go through the entire court proceedings, beginning to end. Narrative that was originally brought, that's the narrative that's pushed through in court, gets convicted on that narrative. Well, I can already tell you, some people will not like that. I'm not saying she won't like it, but to her, all the investigative work that she's done is telling her that the narrative is not how that trial should be going. The trial should be a lot different. Should look a lot different. A lot different actors. And let's say something happens, say going through the trial, somebody tries to assassinate Tyler Robinson before he has a chance to take the stand. Boom, that shows that there's something going on. Tyler Robinson takes the stand and says, yes, I was paid by Israel to make it look like I shot Charlie Kirk, but I didn't actually shoot Charlie Kirk. I can tell you exactly where the round went because it was meant to just explode into pieces as it was passing. Wasn't meant to hit anything. It was just meant to be fired as a Kansas City shuffle. Look over here. While the microphone was going off in his chest. And then gives the evidence of that. Vindicated. Valhalla VFT vindicated, Ian vindicated, Coach Collins vindicated, like tons of people vindicated. Oh my God, the microphone. Yes, we knew it. We knew it all along. There's a big old Israeli conspiracy. Israeli government had a hand in killing Charlie Kirk. Then the other side's like, nah, you guys paid him to do that, say that, blah, blah, blah. It was all staged. And nobody is going to be satiated by what's happening. What's going to happen with this trial? Nothing. Not one of the sides is going to accept what happens in that trial. One of the sides is not going to accept what's going to happen. And this won't ever end. This will never end. This is going to be from now until the end of time. We're going to be declassifying Charlie Kirk files in 60 years. People are going to be doing the same thing they've been doing to JFK since he was shot. It's going to be a mess. It's going to stay a mess and always be a mess forever. I got to use the restroom. Be right back.
You know, you look at your adorable little man.
Go back to. Yeah, I've learned that he absolutely loves head massages. He loves. I learned the other day. I was sitting here. I was watching a video. People and their bunnies. Like, oh God, so cute. Like, come here, buddy. Let me pet you. And I was like, ran my. Like, for some reason, he allowed me to bring both my hands up, and I was like, ran them on his. It was like doing this behind his ears. And I could see him, like, his eyes were like, he like hunkered his back down, like lifted his head up, and just let me sit there and do that. And then once I was done doing that, I ran one hand down his back like that. I hit one specific spot, and it like shot his back legs out. His back legs just like went flat, and I could feel like a human would call it a shiver, and that's exactly what he did. Like, I felt his whole body shiver, and his back legs just fired out from under him. He's learned that he loves deep scratches and massages. So I basically just I'll do this to behind his ears, and I'll run around underneath his the side of his jaws, and I'll do that in the his little sideburns area. I'll just do that. He loves it. He absolutely loves it. Got to give me a drink on my way back. Whatever.
It's just hard. All of the facts on the table for you guys to see, and you guys can see on full display what happened to my husband, and there is no ifs, ands, or buts or confusion as to who did it and why.
I don't believe her at all. That wasn't convincing. I don't know what was hard about getting that sentence out. That seems remarkably rehearsed. It almost just seems like she forgot a line. Nothing in her eyes there makes you believe it. She's telling the truth, but beyond the eyes, just the actions, right? You can judge people by their actions. Erika, if she truly wanted more transparency, she could provide it, because you don't need it in a courtroom. We actually do not need to turn to the courts to have the public understand what happened on that day, because before the courts even got involved, the first people that had access to exactly what happened in 4K, as Tyler Boyer said, was Turning Point USA. They seized the cameras. They could have said, here, I'm also going to have some private investigators take a look at everything and tell them what they think. I was one of the people that called and personally requested to view the tapes. I said, we don't have to release them. I just want to see the tapes. And they were immediately cagey. They've been cagey about information. They've been changing information for saying, oh, I didn't realize that we lied about this or we lied about that. So
I didn't realize we had told a bunch of lies.
I don't know. I think that it stands in stark contrast to the actions that are available to Erika Kirk as the CEO and chairman of this massive organization. But exactly how massive? Anyway, I wanted to write this open letter to Erika because I know that Turning Point USA watches every episode of this podcast, and that people then take what I say back to her and they give her notation. So I would appreciate...
Erika, look what Candace said. Look what Candace just said. Look. Pat on the head, pat on the head. Good little employee. Yay! I did good.
Appreciate it if the elves at Turning Point USA just let her see this in its entirety. Here we go. Because more information has become available to me. I am feeling, well, I'm feeling some type of way. Here we go. Ready? Dear Erika, I thought it best to do this publicly. I think public conversations keep everybody honest. And there are some things that certainly need to be clarified because sometimes the gap between the truth and the lie is what happens behind closed doors. You and Charlie began dating in earnest in 2019, and in retrospect, it was accompanied by a season of a lot of change. For one, I was getting married and virtually, therefore, joined at the hip with my fiance. He was sort of a new third wheel at all of our events. A few months later, on May 1st, the public was informed that I was resigning from my position as the communications director of Turning Point USA. Now, there has been a lot of public speculation as to what led to that decision. The media ran with it was anti-Semitism or some disagreement about Kanye West, but that wasn't true. None of that was true. The truth, and I think that you very well know what the truth is, because you were around for it, is that Charlie and I had a disagreement which fractured my trust in him. He did something that he had never done before. He lied to my face about money. Now, in retrospect, I believe that the manner in which I discovered the lie might have been by design, but there's no need for us to delve into conspiracy when the facts are plenty enough. Charlie had taken a meeting down in Florida with Ike Perlmutter at Mar-a-Lago. It was a fundraising meeting. For whatever reason, he did not want me to know about this meeting, and that was strange. It was meant to be kept a secret. Strange because we had always collaborated on and taken those sorts of meetings together. Anyway, I found out about it, and I decided to ask him casually as we were riding up an elevator at the Trump Hotel in D.C. I said to him, have you heard from Ike recently? And he looked me right in the face just as he was getting off on his floor. And he said, no, I haven't. I haven't heard from him in like 2 weeks. And I then said back to him, really, Charlie, because you had lunch with him yesterday at Mar-a-Lago. And I saw his stomach drop. His entire face looked, as if he was going down a roller coaster. He stuck his arm back in the elevator really quickly and tried to explain it away. He then pivoted toward an apology, but obviously the damage was done. And if I'm being honest, I was as hurt as I was shocked and confused by it because we were close. We did go back down to the lobby. We sat at a table and we talked. I don't even remember whether or not I was angry. I probably was. That does tend to be my choice emotion. But deep down, there was a part of me that knew that it was coming because of a lot of the new hires that were coming into Turning Point USA post Kanye tweet. Charlie had new people in his ear that were hijacking his ambition, making him believe that money was the truest measure of success. Charlie was a brilliant fundraiser. Everybody knows that, but he was also young. He was naive to what the wrong money could invite into his life. And I warned him. I warned him in that restaurant. I warned him specifically about Stacey Sheridan. Everything about her made my skin crawl. And I suspected she and Tyler had something to do with it. I also warned him about Schaefer Security and Dan Flood. You can check the text messages because you have them. And now I am left wondering, obviously, if Charlie had heeded my advice, if he would still be alive. I've also come to another realization that I missed at that time. Maybe the newest and the biggest influence in his ear. Who was that, obviously? It was you. You were the newest and biggest influence in Charlie's life. You kind of all arrived at the same time. And you too, Erika, you lied to my face as we sat down in that hotel and we spoke for 4 hours.
Forgot she was doing an open
it was
letter.
Different. You see, with Charlie, I could forgive him. We were always like
Hell
brother
of
and
an
sister.
open
We
letter.
went on tours thereafter. But you didn't do it when you lied. You didn't do it out of naivety. You didn't do it because you were young and being pulled into the wrong direction by bad faith actors. Andrew Colvett was never going rogue. You knew that. Every single evil thing that was done to me was done with your blessing. And I consider the onslaught of attacks that I had to endure, they were evil. Because you knew I was telling the truth, and you authorized people with an incredible amount of money to attack one of the few people in politics who was actually grieving your husband. You knew we had a deep friendship. You knew I was telling the truth about the Catholic thing, about everything. You allowed these people to lie and to say that Charlie and I hadn't spoken since 2019. I mean, it's crazy how much of a lie that was. You authorized it, and I now know that. The question is why? It was so cruel. It was so mean, right? Why impart that on someone who you know within a sea of snakes actually cared about Charlie and didn't want anything out of the organization? Maybe it's because I was like a loose end, one person that wasn't controlled by an organization. I'd just kind of proven that I'd rather lose everything to say something that I don't believe, least of all for money. I mean, maybe it's also because you have his phone. And when I revealed to the public that he had predicted his own death in remarkable detail, maybe you went back and you read the rest of those messages, the ones that I haven't yet revealed to the public, because in retrospect, those
It does kind of sound like what it was. Like, she, like, overnight went to war with Candace because of those text messages. She went through and saw Charlie's relationship with Candace and how kind of joined at the hip they were, and how big of a deal it was that their friendship did not went stagnant, but their friendship went more of like making sure each other were okay, and that's it. Never really doing a whole lot of the friend stuff. It's just you go back to your friends, but you're just friends doing your own thing, making sure each other are good. You good? Yeah. And that's it. That's the whole conversation.
messages they're pretty terrifying because they're precise and it feels prophetic. Charlie was gifted. You know that. I know that. And the government most certainly knew that as well since he was a kid, which is why it was at least very interesting to me that you told the New York Times, something that most people didn't pay attention to, but you told the New York Times the night before his murder, Charlie's, and I'm going to quote this, you said that Charlie's adrenal glands were just going off. He couldn't sleep. I know enough about Charlie to know what that means. That means that Charlie was being bothered. He was probably having visions like he was in 2018, probably a clearer vision than the one that I had that you guys tried to mock, that danger was coming. And I'm going to go ahead and say that it wasn't about a Jezebel article written by some leftist. Please stop saying that because it's not true. I know Charlie, a leftist article didn't upset him in this way, didn't make him call a priest to pray over him. He thought someone was going to kill him. He did. He expressed that in writing, and you did not lose those text messages. You knew that. Charlie and I spoke a lot about his third eye. That's why that sentence caught my attention in the article. He spoke about the street lamps that would go off when he would run, about the special school that he had to go to. We spoke about a lot of the things that were strange in our childhood, the testing that both of us had to endure. We spoke about the fact that we could both astral project. You know all of this, of course. You have his phone. And how surprised we were when we learned that not everybody does that naturally. Sleep paralysis, you name it. We had conversations about it. And if Charlie's adrenal glands were going off, it was probably maybe for the very same reason that I pulled my kids out of school days before he was murdered, because I sensed danger was coming. And since we are being open, I also want you to know that it struck me as odd when you said in that interview with Jesse Waters that you wanted.
I have to say, this is a very, very long open letter. I know open letters are supposed to be open to interpretation, open to a dialogue, conversation, but this one's big. This is a big, very big open letter. I guess it's good that she didn't write it down, because it would be like the naughty and nice list from Santa just forever.
Wanted Charlie to have a good night's sleep. He was so excited. So you sent him to sleep in his daughter's room. You know, it just registered to me as a little bit backwards. If I wanted my husband to have a good night's sleep because of something he had the next day, I'd probably let him sleep in the room, and I would sleep in my daughter's room. I flagged that. I also
Couches didn't exist.
thought what was interesting is that you said the next morning when he snuck in, he grabbed his wedding band. Again, minor detail, but I asked myself, why was his wedding band off? But enough with speculation. Here are the facts. I now have verifiable proof in writing that Justin Strife and you lied to me. You know exactly who Pierre is. Why did Justin Strife say that he had never heard of Pierre? It's crazy. Justin, why would you do that? Justin,
I have never heard of Pierre.
You've personally
Actually, I
met
do know
with
Pierre. Pierre Daniels.
Erika, you've met with him in the wake of Charlie's death. I have, again, verifiable proof. So you can call your lawyers. You can spend another $1 billion on PR if you want to. Tell your lawyer to call my lawyer. I mean, you guys certainly have the money to do all of these things. It's not going to wipe away the truth. Okay. The truth is that there was a deal on the table with Pierre, who, yes, is from France, born in France.
No, Pierre Daniels is from the United States.
That deal was worth billions, not millions, billions, plural, billions of dollars.
Probably mid-30s now.
Just after Charlie was shot, and again, I have proof, Pierre had a phone call with Justin Strife. He also had a phone call with Mr. Don Erika of Turning Point USA down in Tampa. And you know what's really odd? Somehow this Frenchman, Pierre, he knew that Charlie was dead before the rest of the world did. How did he know that? How did he know before I knew? Especially because he wasn't yet a donor to Turning Point USA. Why was he given so much priority? Frenchman. I'm interested. I know that after Charlie died, that deal went through. Yeah. I mean, if I'm lying, this would definitely fall within the category of defamation. So, yeah, I'm all in on this one. I'm guessing, by the way, regarding this, Pierre, that this might be the reason that the White House never got back to me regarding the French Foreign Legion being involved with Charlie's assassination. Because, I don't know, there could be a French angle here. Could this be a motive? Could billions of dollars be a motive? I mean, I'll just ask some immediate questions. My question would be, why would a devout Catholic Frenchman be looking to give billions of dollars to an evangelical organization? Is that not weird? Just objectively weird? Yeah. Gosh, that's a pretty big investment.
Wouldn't they give it to their own organization?
Capitalism? What's France got to do with college campuses in America? Full stop. The answer, Erika, is nothing. Nothing.
Money laundering scheme.
One of the things that when I was a kid, and other GATE kids, since we've been speaking about the GATE program, when they put you in these special classes, they test you frequencies, sounds, they made us drink fluoride, all the weird stuff. But one of the things that they're especially interested in is how quickly you can put together puzzles. And I want you to know that I excelled at that. I was really good at putting together puzzles. I gotta tell you,
how to put it together puzzle?
I think
you are really good still.
Is starting to emerge here. I think I was right. My best guess is that it was Pierre Falcone all along of Angola Gate. We talked about it on the show. France, Israel, the United States. This time it would be Egypt rather than Angola, all working together. Maybe they were getting the band back together to traffic because, yeah, there's been a lot of trafficking that just keeps coming up in this investigation. These countries, these satellite of countries, you trying to pretend with your, what now, billions of dollars, got a PR, we can do all of this. And it was so crazy. Oh, my God. A little joke about the Egyptian planes. What? Nothing to see here. This is my theory. There's a lot to see here because you were lying to cover Bibi Netanyahu's tracks. That's very strange. You were there when Bibi Netanyahu called. Andrew told me that Bibi offered to take
I already
Turning
said,
Point USA to the
gave
next
my
level.
alleged opinion on that. Once it was brought to light that Erika went to that hotel room, went to that the intervention, it created the whole alleged opinion that she was only brought in to wear Charlie down, and when it didn't work, it was more or less like, all right, you better be ready to take over. We need you to go to Fort Huachuca. Or she was probably already in Fort Huachuca putting together the plan in case they couldn't get him to back down. And when they ran their intervention, which is like, if you know anything about the show Intervention, you know that the intervention is that last step before they send them off to rehab. But that's if they become compliant. Not everybody in the show Intervention was compliant with the family's wishes to go to rehab. So you have instances where none of that works. Obviously, they don't go out and do the things that are done, but the people, the family ends up like, okay, well, you don't want our help, we won't help no more. And then they get left to their own devices. And even though the show is scripted and put together for theatrical effect, it still kind of shows the same. It's supposed to be reality TV. Shows the more dramatic side of things that happen in real life. And that's essentially what that was. They had an intervention for Charlie. Bibi, you need to take my money. You need to take my money. Or you need to launder my money, alleged opinion. And when it doesn't work, they go to plan B. Erika Kirk needed to be ready to take over. Alleged opinion.
And that Charlie turned him down in the Hamptons at the dinner that you were a part of, but you don't remember that part. You say he's just calling about a letter that Charlie wrote 5 months earlier. The dinner that you thereafter allowed an army of influencers to claim never actually happened, but you were there.
An army of influencers.
None of this ever happened. Nobody wanted to address Bibi calling. Nobody made any statements about that. Full-blown psyop, psychological operation. Truly, everything that you guys did, not only was it cruel, but I think the real motivation was you just thought you could psychologically break me. Because that's what this whole thing has been. It's been one big psyop. Very well funded because there's a lot of money on the line. If nothing happened in the Hamptons that was out of the usual, why the panic? Because something did happen. Charlie told Bibi Netanyahu no. Bibi, also, Charlie had declined to have Bibi on his podcast. When Bibi went on a little PR tour, Charlie didn't want to have him on the podcast, according to Andrew. So Charlie seems pretty done with Israel, right? You don't want to have
yeah, that sounds pretty done to me. You don't have the guy of the Israel world
here at the media
on your podcast. Kind of says you're done.
I certainly am. Is in exchange for what, right? In exchange for what was Bibi Netanyahu going to take Turning Point USA to the next level? In exchange for what? And also, how was he planning to get that money into the company? Turning Point was already worth $100 million. Pulls in $100 million annually. What does the next level mean? It sounds like it would have to be billions.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erika. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence. I also now have very strong evidence which suggests that you lied about your whereabouts on the morning of September 10th. Little details have been edited. You said that you were accompanying your mother as she was receiving a treatment. Like I said, I now have...
She's got a new alibi? Isn't this like 13? She's got like 13 alibis now? Man, this girl's got them all. She's got like a black book of alibis.
something which strongly disputes that narrative. So I'll ask you this question on behalf of the world. What the hell happened on September 10th? Why are you guys struggling to get your story straight? Why did you tell Jesse Waters this?
And you wanted to see
oh
Charlie
man, them crocodile tears.
and came up. Take us
For
through
as
that.
much as she's supposedly been crying, she ain't got
We landed in
never
Utah.
a one a tear.
Went straight to the hospital.
Straight to the hospital?
You didn't, obviously.
Andrew
not.
told me that when he deplaned, you guys embraced on the tarmac and he boohoo cried in your arms because he had so much pent up anxiety. So just given the planes, which you confirmed to me, which plane he was on and which plane you were on, that would mean that you had to wait for Andrew to land for an hour. Waited for an hour. Don't do the thing where you tell me that Andrew went rogue. Don't do that, Erika. You're lying. You would be lying. Question is why? Why did you wait? And how long did you wait? And who was on the Egyptian planes? Who took off to Delaware? Who stayed behind to communicate on that second plane that was transponding for no reason? I think you know what I know, which is that I'm going to find out. This is not going to be a never-ending mystery. This is not going to be the JFK story.
Oh, we got some Tim Dillon
figure
stuff.
out exactly what happened, and I'm getting very close. Against all odds. Against billions. You might have the billions,
Oh, we're coming up on it.
but I have the truth. So that's what I wanted to say to you. We'll be right back. All right.
No, we're not.
Anyway, I wanted to also play for you guys. We had been wondering what was going on behind the scenes
No,
at
we're not.
Turning Point USA. We told you about the firings that have been happening, people that were hardly given an excuse as to why they were fired, and I input us insight into how this company is running with Charlie gone and with Erika at the helm of it. Take a
Not
listen.
cutting out context. I just want to get to the
My name is
meat.
Aubrey Leitch, and I am the former public relations manager for Turning Point
Oh,
USA.
nice.
And
Nice to meet you.
I was a part of the recent kind of mass termination group
Oh,
at Turning Point.
so pretty.
And was let go about 3 weeks ago. And at the time of my release, I was working for the ATK company, which is spokesman Andrew Colvet's private business that contracts out with the Turning Point kind of ecosystem. So encompassing of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. I was working directly for him. Prior to that, I did work for Turning Point USA. So I've been with the organization since 2021, September 10th, 2025. Obviously, it was an extremely traumatizing day for everyone. I think pretty much everyone in the world with any amount of sanity was slightly traumatized by what they saw. It was an extremely traumatizing day for me. And I worked nonstop. My phone received hundreds of phone calls on September 10th, thousands of text messages. In December, we obviously had America Fest here in Phoenix, Arizona, and that was nonstop work too. And so really it's just been go, go, go for almost the past 6 months. During the memorial, for example, I literally did not sleep for over 48 hours. Despite all of that, I want to go ahead and fast forward to my termination, which took place about 3 weeks ago. And I was brought into an office to have a discussion just generally about my employment. It was myself, Andrew Colvet, and Marina Minas, who is the CMO of Turning Point USA, who I used to work for when I was just full-time with Turning Point. They sat me down and told me that there were 2 instances they wanted to talk to me about, one of which is pretty irrelevant to this timeline, so I'm just going to talk about the one, which was an Uber ride. What was told to me was that a Turning Point executive got into an Uber one day and they randomly just kind of started talking about Turning Point. And the executive asked the driver, what do you think about Turning Point? And the driver proceeded to tell the Turning Point executive, well, it's just really sad. I've heard the organization's really going downhill. There's not really a direction and nobody likes Erika. And the Turning Point executive proceeded to ask this Uber driver, well, who told you that? And the Uber driver told the Turning Point executive that his daughter was good friends with a girl that worked at Turning Point way back when in high school. They had spoken about Turning Point since Charlie's assassination, and that, you know, this was told to him by his daughter.
Did they really?
And the Turning Point executive, of course, asked, well, what's the employee's name? And the Uber driver allegedly said, Aubrey. Aubrey who? Aubrey Leitch. And the story was presented to me as one of the reasons for my termination. Turning Point has not insinuated this. They never told me anything like this. However, I just have a gut feeling that I was terminated from Turning Point because I am questioning the narrative of what happened to my role model and CEO, Charlie Kirk, on the day of his assassination. It is from my own experience that you can't question the narrative and work at Turning Point. That is how I feel. That is
So they looked at her as a spy.
other people
That's
I've talked
jacked
to
up.
feel. It goes against everything that Charlie ever
That's
stood for.
this right here. This is why I feel that there needs to be, we need to do away with this fabricated stories on firing people. There should be an actual, it should be like the company trying to evict you from your apartment. There needs to be, you basically got to go to court. And the whole situation gets explained from both sides. You shouldn't be able to be upended from your job over ultimately some hearsay, because again, it goes back to the game telephone. This thing has filtered through how many mouths before it got to the Uber driver, and the Uber driver put their own personal spin on it. And that's exactly what's happened. Her probably just chit-chatting with a friend, even to say it's true. Say she was talking to her friend, and her friend was talking, they were talking about Turning Point. Like, I remember, don't you work for Turning Point? Like, yeah, I do. And they were like, well, how's everything been since Charlie's got killed? And then she's like, well, not so great. And it could have been just something simple as that. And the friend's like, oh, really? And it stays, the whole conversation stays like that. Like, I don't think it's very great, because it's like all the life has been sucked out of the organization. And it's not stuff that's like really bad. Like, not saying that she thinks Charlie Kirk was killed by Erika or BB, or Turning Point had a hand in it in general, and they're all trying to cover it up. I don't think she went down that line, because the conversation that she would have been having with everybody would have been a lot more accusatory. It would have been a lot more, well, you're over here saying no, 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 no. And that's the way the conversation would have went. But instead, it was a CEO or some high-level person was talking to an Uber driver, and they asked about Turning Point, and then they said, well, I know somebody who said some things that was not too kindly, and they said the organization was going downhill. And again, unless she came out and said, well, Turning Point is going downhill and it's not a good organization anymore, but I'm going to still work here and take their money because I don't believe in them anymore, but I need money. And I mean, you can't give up money. I doubt that's the whole thing. I doubt that's how it went. I'm going to venture to guess that we're looking closer toward, she just expressed some, not even solidarity, just like the fact that everything just doesn't seem real. And they persecuted her for it. Because in their mind, she's nothing more than a naysayer. You're a naysayer. You don't believe in the message of Turning Point no more. You don't believe in what we stand for no more. You said something bad about Turning Point. Well, I didn't say anything bad, but you still don't believe the official narrative. So you're saying something bad about Turning Point. You're calling Turning Point liars if you don't believe the official narrative. And that's character assassination.
I'm going to take action. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to talk to other people. And I refuse to apologize for having my own freedom of thought, which is something that Charlie ingrained in me and so many other young people.
First and foremost, just want to say the idea of being brought into an office and questioned by your boss about something an Uber driver said. What is this, Gossip Girl? I mean, what CW show are we watching here where you get pulled in and asked a question about what you said to an Uber driver? Maybe. I mean, maybe she said it, maybe she didn't say it, but isn't it kind of your right?
She even said, I'm going to go back and listen.
They had spoken about.
Let's make sure we don't get any misconceptions about it. Let's pull open the transcripts, my newfound thing that it's fucking awesome. We pop this out. So Turning Point. Okay. Right here. Turning Point executive, and the driver proceeded to tell the Turning Point executive, well, it's really sad. I've heard the organization's really going downhill. There's not really a direction, and nobody likes Erika. And the Turning Point executive proceeded to ask the Uber driver, well, who told you that? The driver said that his daughter was good friends with a girl that worked at Turning Point way back when they were in high school, and they had spoken about Turning Point since. So this wasn't even directly to the Uber driver. This is to the Uber driver's daughter, relayed from the Uber driver's daughter to the Uber driver, then from the Uber driver to the executive. The original person is here, and there's two people relaying what this person said. Instead of the executive saying, okay, I know who that is now. I'm going to go and talk to them and find out why they feel this way. Instead, they say, hey, I'm going to go. This is the executive. They go this way to talk to other people in the executive world of Turning Point. Like, hey, your people are out here spreading lies about Turning Point, and they're questioning all this stuff, and they're saying that the organization is going downhill. They're saying nobody likes Erika, and they're saying it's sad. Nobody knows what they're doing. We need to get rid of them. They're naysayers. They don't believe in the cause. They don't believe Erika can take us to the next level. They're questioning Charlie's assassination. Nope, they got to be gone. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. And it shouldn't happen that way.
An Uber driver said, what is this, Gossip Girl? I mean, what CW show are we watching here where you get pulled in and asked a question about what you said to an Uber driver? Maybe. I mean, maybe she said it, maybe she didn't say
to an Uber driver,
isn't it kind of your right to go home and
call me, maybe
talk trash about work? Isn't that kind of what everybody does when they leave? I assume. I know.
And that's what's insane. I'm it's sure. Like, and that's why I say they need to stop this trying to use anything that's done outside of work as evidence. Like, unless you're out committing crimes and saying, or you're out just, you're being a representative of your company and saying, I represent my company and this company's trash, but I'm going to still work here because I need money. Unless that's the case, then there should be none of this. Like, it kind of goes back to like the third shifter guys and men and women to get off work third shift, and the bars are still open in states that bars are open all night and all day. So what do? They leave straight from work, go right to the bar, and they vent out all of work. They talk about how trash their bosses are, how shit the company is. They talk about how bad management is. They vent out work. That doesn't mean they're not going to go in the next day. Well, they're not going to be the same person. They're going to have attitudes. They're going to be this. If they're carrying it back in the next day, then the problem has already went to such a boiling point that it's past a turning point. See what I did there? Oh yeah. That's where it is. If the people are coming back into work the next day with that same altered attitude, instead of it just being vented out, it's become an animosity. If they're bringing it back into work, then you've already boiled them over. And you probably should start figuring out why you're boiling your employees to the point where they're just bringing it all back into work. They're not taking it out, leaving it in the trash bin at the bar after they leave. They're carrying it with them home, beating on their wives, beating on their children, going back in the next day. Again, this is why it should be basically illegal for a company to dig into people's private lives if they're not committing crimes. If you're not being embezzled from, if your employees aren't committing crimes against you, you do not have any rights to their personal lives. Unless you're following them out the door with a crime, you stay in the building when they leave. And it's insane that we're allowing companies to do this stuff to people legally, because she can't fight them. Laws are written against that for a reason, because then every company would be losing more money in court than they're making off the backs of their employees and the products that they're hawking off to people. And I use that word to say that the products and services that most of these companies that are like that, they're worthless products. They don't mean anything. They're not meant to mean anything. They're just meant to keep you distracted with their buying process, essentially. Again, if a company's all butthurt about what you got to say about it, and their first response is to fire you, that's not a good company. And laws need to be changed that cannot happen. You cannot put someone out because they left work and badmouthed you. She should be able to sue Turning Point for wrongful termination and get hired back if she wants it, which guarantee you, anybody, this is experience. I'm going to speak from experience right now, because even the company that I was working for pre-COVID, even if they were to call me and offer me the top level position back at that company, I would respectfully decline. And not because I don't like the company. I absolutely love the company. I love the people that I've worked with to a point, but I don't trust them. And if I can't trust you, I can't work with or for you. Which is why I work for myself now. I have no plans of working for somebody that's going to attempt to cage something about me. They're trying to curb something about me. They're trying to make me alter myself in some way to fit into their culture. It's not going to work. It won't work. No matter who offers me the job. If one of the things you're going to tell me is I need you to change yourself into this, or I need you to do this because this is a stipulation of your employment here. And it's something that I can, compromises are one thing, but sacrifices are a whole different thing. If you're going to not compromise, but instead tell me to sacrifice, it's not going to work. I will not sacrifice anything anymore. I will come to compromises, but I will no longer ever again in my life, until I am dust and dirt and shitted pants and pissed, will never sacrifice anything again. It's a caveat to that, because that doesn't mean I won't selfless sacrifice. If the sacrifice is for more than just me, yes, we'll have no problem doing it. But if you're telling me that me as an individual have to make sacrifices to gain your employment, no. Your job is not life and death. The representation of a job is life and death, but your job specifically isn't life and death, unless I'm getting a job being plugged up to a machine because I'm dying. That's the only way that works. So again, telling me that for me to gain employment with you, I need to sacrifice things and not compromise with you on things, it will not work. It will not work. It will never work. And you have the audacity to have that in mind and still come at me, then you may as well close this and do that. You may as well just punch me in the face, because it's going to be some kind of fight. Now, if you don't literally punch me in the face, we won't go physical. But if you punch me in the face, we'll be physical. That's not going to work. And even then, I see you cock back. I'm going to see that as, whoa, I'm going to punch you first. And I'm faster. I promise you I'm faster. But in most cases, it won't go physical. Most cases, you're going to attempt to metaphorically punch me. And it's not going to happen that way. There will be zero sacrifice from me. We will come to a compromise, but I will not sacrifice. I'm not a soldier anymore. I'm not a soldier. And I'm not civilian soldier activated, because we're not being attacked by anybody. Yeah, whatever. Bunch of Karens and bunch of people that don't understand how the world works are arguing about some stuff that they have really no relevance arguing about. I'm not worried about them. They're not coming through that thing over there. They come through that thing over there. I got 2 hands and a lot of opportunities and experience. I think I'm good.
That people in the control room go and they vent about work in general, because that's a normal thing to do. The idea of a CMO asking questions to an Uber driver is bonkers. Okay? These are loyalty tests, and these people are completely and utterly deranged. Secondly, I want to say this.
And you know, that kind of really tracks for what she's been saying about the whole cultish thing. I mean, these are cult tactics. This is cultish stuff. When you can't criticize your organization. Now, granted, a cult is going to more or less put you through a redoctrination program or some type of program to bring you back in, reel you back in. I will say that's kind of where it takes away the cultishness of it. But just the tactics. The tactics are cultish. Because, say, for shits and giggles' sake, it is cultish. It's straight up cultish. Even firing people is part of the cultish plan. Makes sense. In a practical sense, it makes sense. The people they're firing are the people that they cannot sway. They, no matter how much they do, how much they say, what they say. The Kool-Aid is really good. You should have some. You should try it. No matter how good the Kool-Aid actually is, they just won't drink it. They will not drink the Kool-Aid. So, as a diabolical organization who actually is hell-bent on domination, alleged opinion, they're going to want to stay hidden. They're going to say, okay, if they're not going to drink the Kool-Aid, just let them go. Just let them go. We're allowed to fire people for any reason. We don't need a reason to fire people. They're not going to drink the Kool-Aid. Fire them. Fire them. We want people with undying loyalty. People who are, we say, drink this, and they're not, we didn't even get it out. We're just continuing the statement because it felt good. The moment our hand reached out with something, they took it and drank it. We want those people. And we'll keep reaching out into the world until we gather them all up. And when it comes down to it, alleged opinion, we'll all drink the Kool-Aid together and go see God. Again, it's a design. It's not a design flaw. It's a design. It's part of the plan, because you won't be able to change your detractor's mind. It will not happen. They're a detractor for a reason. There's nothing you will ever say that will get them on your side. They've seen behind the curtain, so they never again will want to watch the show. So yes, they will fire them. They will fire them, and they won't think twice about it, because in their mind, I'll fire the one, I'll go find 10 more. I'll fire the one, go find 10 more. Fire the one, go find 10 more. And they can do that until all their detractors are gone, and anybody who has anything critical to say is gone. Because I'd say 1 in every 10 releasing of a detractor and picking up of indoctrinated will be an influencer. 1 in every one of those 10 will probably have the capacity to be an influencer. So you're also not just building an army of followers, you're also building an army of megaphones too, to go out and to mass wave attack JP, mass wave attack Candace, mass wave attack anybody, even the detractors, even the OG detractors, the Aubrey Leches, the first girl that released the first audio that you couldn't see anything, but you could hear a whole lot of everything. They're one. These are many. We are legion. Again, this is all design. These aren't flaws. These are designs. And as much as I love this. I love this whole thing Candace is doing, Valhalla, Coach Colin, Baron Coleman, even the smaller people, the nobodies like me. I love all of it because this is great storytelling. This is almost, I can almost see the vision of a performance, an actual like theatrical performance that brings it all in, that ropes it all in, all sides. The narrative side, the detractor side, the people like me who are in the middle just enjoying every bit of the entertainment aspect of it. Because again, the reason why I say the entertainment aspect of it and not riding aside, I do not believe the narrative. I also don't believe all the wild, but I do believe something is being covered up that's evident and evidently making that narrative not true. Again, there's stuff that I've seen on the exploding mic side that answers more questions than the narrative will ever answer. But again, I see this as more true than this, but we'll never know the truth. We will never know the truth. And I'm not okay with that, but I'll have to be okay with that. It's comes down to, as an artist, I'm okay with one of every 1,000 pieces of my art creations being worthy of sticking around. I will be okay with destroying 999 whatever continuous of my art pieces, if it takes being able to learn how to do the one better. And that's how I see all of it. We'll never be satiated, no matter what side you're on. Any of the three sides, you'll never be satiated. We'll never get the true story. We'll never. And I'm okay with that. It's entertaining. It's entertaining to me, and I'm okay with that. I love Candace. What she does is, I mean, I've said it so many times. She does fantastic work. She speaks very well, and you can see that she really is processing and has processed what she says and is about to say and is going to say very thoroughly. I wouldn't be surprised if she spends hours upon hours saying, like, going through this whole thing multiple times over and over and over, which is why she makes very few mistakes in speaking. She doesn't really get off track in weird thoughts. It seems like it, but it's all by design. The way she's built her segments is all by design, made to feel conversationally natural. But she probably sits and rehearses and rehearses and rehearses and rehearses. And that's what I love about her. Is it me having been on this side of the microphone and this side of the camera in the past, behind in that way, not having a camera, but having a camera. I can see how much work goes into it. Shit, I can feel it. I feel how much work goes into what she does, how much work goes into all what these guys do, guys and gals. I see how much work people put into it. I'm not saying I don't put my own hefty amount of work. I mean, if anybody that's come by here, been by here, sees how much work I even put into it, even as this little scale, this tiny little and it's gone scale. It's a lot of work. And these people put on a performance, hell of a performance. And it's very inspiring. That's why I love to watch them.
Even if every employee...
all their opinions. Now, I don't really watch particularly... I like watching the right-wing stuff because it's like hillbilly comedy to me. It's so goofy, hillbilly comedy. Now, it has its threshold. It's not a very big threshold, but I watch it for a while, but then I start tuning out. Like, I like people with their own thoughts, their own ideas, and they're not doing this back and forth. They're always running down the middle. They're like, oh, that looks good. I'm going to take that. Oh, that looks good. I'm going to take that. They do their own thing and just build their own little forts out of whatever. That's who I really like watching. Now, I don't watch most anything on the left side anymore. It's not entertaining. It's hard to even analyze it because you got to watch it. You got to hear it. You got to be able to stomach it. And almost all of it, I can't stomach. It's just all cringe to me. And that's because I can't have a conversation with someone who's not really having a conversation. They're just emotionally projecting at everybody. I can't do that. I can't analyze emotional projection. I mean, I can, but it's quick conversation. So, yep, emotional projection. This, and this, key indicators of being more emotion than conversation. Moving on. And then it'd be like, how many emotionally charged conversations can I analyze in a minute? And it's like, how many of those conversations can be trumped up to mental disorders in a minute, in the next minute? It's like, and it just goes into, I may as well become a therapist. And it's all going to be alleged opinions because I don't have any therapizing expertise and background. It's like, I'm just basing everything off of observation and my own experience with human behavior. So it's like, whatever. I can't really do anything with the other side until they stop screeching. I can't talk to you. At least I can talk to these idiots, because it's just like, I'll wait for him to be done flicking his damn banjo. It'll be done in a second, because he'll need to take a drink of that beer sitting next to him. So I'll catch him when he's drinking the beer, because I'll probably get a good conversation afterwards, because now I'm feeling all loosey-goosey, got that beer inside. Well, it might not be very productive, but it'll be sure as hell will be entertaining. I'll tell you that. And I'm okay with it just being entertaining. I don't need to learn nothing from you. I'll learn something from somewhere else then. Because again, you're not the only one with what I need to learn. It's going to take me a minute, but I'll find it from somewhere else. I'll find it somebody else. Who's that, bud? You're flying in for a quick search. Quick, give me that quick fix of them treats, man. Need a treat, man. That's how I felt like he ran in like, oh, I need a treat, man. I was in there eating that hay, and it just made me Jones, man. I need them treats, man. Come on, bud. I don't think he liked me making fun of him. He's over there. What are you doing, man? Oh, you eating your treat? You don't like my joke about you? Whatever, I can tell jokes if I want to, especially about you. You're my son, boy. I do what I want. I'll tell a joke if I want, and ain't you nobody never gonna tell me I can't. I'll tell you what. Say it again, boy. I'll put my foot down. I won't hit you, because I don't believe in it. But I will put my foot down.
He was terrible. Like, actually deserved to be fired from their job. I would probably, after pulling in $250 million, say, we got to hold for a year, because they just literally watched Charlie Kirk be assassinated. There's like a degree of respectability there, like a grieving period for a year. We're going to make sure there's no other transitions in your life and keep things solid. No, they just were like, peace out. And I think she's right. I think in the end there, when she says that this was actually motivated by them going after people who they suspected were not loyal to Erika, or people that didn't seem to fully buy what happened on September 10th, which, by the way, is everyone. They're going to just have to get rid of everyone. And I think eventually they will, and start anew.
That's what I was saying. They're going to find that It's hard to find undying loyalty. No, we're in the 21st century, the 26th year of the 21st century. So, yeah, we're starting to learn undying loyalty. It's expensive. It's going to cost you a lot of money to buy my undying loyalty. So you may as well just come to a compromise instead. Like, I don't know why you guys are out here trying to brainwash everybody. You're trying to hit the button, like turn back into the damn robot. What's the button not working? You guys are getting crazy with it. Just let people be free.
The entire world, I don't even know who they're going to bring in their place. I see they're advertising now. No one is buying what the feds are selling. No one is buying what Erika is selling. Nobody is buying.
I haven't seen Turning Point commercial. Ooh, they got a halftime show commercial? Is there an audited Super Bowl halftime show? Who's performing? How to watch? Didn't the Super Bowl already happen? No, it's Sunday. Sunday. Tune in to watch the Turning Point USA All-American Halftime Show featuring Kid Rock, Brantley Gilbert, and Lee Price. You won't want to miss it. Your life might just depend on it. Oh, it's funny. She liked it. She thought it was funny. So there's like 2 halftime shows, one for white people and one for black people. They learned from the last one. We need a white people halftime show. A lot of white people tuned out halfway through the halftime show. Like, what do you mean? Like, do you see the video game awards numbers? They beat us out. That's because we didn't have a white people halftime show. We need a white people halftime show. Otherwise, we're going to lose half our viewership by halftime. Because everybody knows the Bad Bunny guy is not for the white people. He's only for the some white people. The partial white people. The people who grew up around black people who have a black friend. Those white people. We need a halftime show for the white people. You mean the right white people? No, the white people. Like, they're super white, like almost clear. Like, if you start to say anything negative, they pop up and call the manager instantly. Those kind of white people. Oh, that's so funny. I've never seen a Turning Point commercial. And that's actually what I was looking for. I didn't know anything about no damn halftime show. I don't really care. I just thought it was funny that it popped up. Commercial. I don't care if they're grooming children right now. I just want a commercial. Like, I just want an advertisement of them to see what kind of marketing they do as in. See, I can't really go into too much about it because then I start getting into the nuances of TV spots, and I'm just basically just like, you know what? Screw this. I don't even really care no more. Oh.
That you could be controlled.
Has a streak of progressivism in it that doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon.
It's going to be a pretty left-leaning generation, perhaps for decades to come.
But you broke free.
You guys are the beginning of the greatest political comeback in American history.
6 months ago.
From every corner of the nation, a spark ignited.
This is going to be the end.
Pre-assassination, 7/11.
A generation awakened, not with rage, but with resolve, anchored in truth, rooted in tradition, driven by something deeper.
For all of you on campuses that continue to fight for conservative causes, that were smeared, that were slandered, it was as if there was no immediate hope, but you guys had faith.
And 2024 became our moment. More conservative, more grounded, more determined than any generation in decades.
Young people have gone from being the most progressive generation to becoming potentially the most conservative.
Younger voters wanted a better future. They wanted to be able to own a home. They wanted to be able to have a family. They did not want this woke insanity. These are the freedom fighters of America.
This didn't happen by accident. This movement was built, chapter by chapter, student by student. Turning Point USA was the spark. Now, you are the flame.
Thousands and thousands of charismatic, energetic young leaders like you start to chart the path forward in a way that is going to be one of hope and freedom and of a better tomorrow.
You are the red wave. They react, we build.
You should delight and rejoice in the opposition because you are doing the work to save this beautiful republic. You are doing
White people shit. White people shit, for sure. And it's gotten, like, this is pretty theatrical because, I mean, you're looking at 2 months. Just under 2 months before he was assassinated. So I'd say they probably ramped this kind of rallying up like 100-fold. What was that most recent thing? What was the most recent thing did where they went? No, not talking about the thing itself, referring to the event. America Fest. There you go. Nope. Nope. Oh, I know it's 4 hours, but
I want to tell you a story.
See what their intro is.
Someone's got to stay back in California to turn the light.
I think it's about to start. All right. So this is the intro. Is this really the intro? Like, that's the intro? Because this is... Let's see. We got... This is this intro. This is the intro.
This didn't happen by accident. This movement was
like
built
this whole
chapter by chapter.
This is still
by student.
454. 450. Like, the intro is 4 minutes and some change. The intro's 9 minutes and some change. And the life of both are way different. Well, this is Charlie Kirk, and that's not. Hold on. The way TPUSA and Erika has been selling this, they remember they made 200. How much is it said that TPUSA made 2025? So right here, it looks some reason it's only pulling out see, this is a very don't seem like it's purposely set up to be intuitive to read. Rephrase it. How much is TPUSA said to have brought in? Nearly 400 million billionaires, secretive donor advised funds, backers, little known Texas fund, 13 million from a Texas foundation. That's its largest direct backer. It's not giving me what 2025 there, what it's, they're only giving up to there. Why is this question being dodged? Again. New chat. Verifiable. Okay, so obviously they're nonprofit, so they're claiming their earnings and claimings are can be recorded a lot differently. They don't actually sell a product. All the money that's made is based on money they receive from others, which is also direct correlation with how many people they have flocking to the cause and buying merchandise within the cause. That's essentially it all gets calculated in some weird way. So they say again, give me a projection. So total revenue in 2024 reported 85 million compared to. So they're basically again. All right, we're going to go with this. It's basing this off of what they made previous year and using that as in a way explain how you came up with those obviously previous years are a given, but how did you project what you did based on? I'm going to have it dive deeper into explaining how it came up to, because it's going off of that. Instead of looking at raw dollars, forecasting uses percentage change because that shows whether growth is accelerating or slowing. Approximate growth 2019 to 2020 plus 38%, 2021 40, 21 to 22 45, 22 to 23 only 1, 23 to 24. So they're gaining, they're not losing. This shows a very, very clear shift. Phase 1, 2019 to 2022, rapid expansion phase. Yeah. See this. And even then, from 2019 to 2022, you have a 7% change in growth. Positive change in growth. And then it obviously it slows, which shows it's kind of they're hitting a plateau. Makes sense. Need to go to the next level, Charlie. hit a plateau. Your growth has slowed. You went from 0 to 38%. Then you jump from 38 to 40%, 40 to 45%, which means in 3 years, you were able to jump 7% after initially jumping 38% right out of the gate. But that's obviously because the organization was ultimately probably finalized on paper in 2019. Or because they grew extremely fast between 2019 and 2022. That's how it seems to be calculating based on the growth. So we get down here. Forecasting normally gives more weight to recent years because they reflect current conditions. So instead of averaging all years, which would give a misleading 25% or so growth rate, we use the most recent period, recent growth average, which is 1% plus 3.6% divided by 2, which is about 2.3%. That becomes the baseline growth rate. Apply that rate to the latest known revenue. Latest known revenue is 85 million. Low estimate is about 2%. 85 million times 1.02 equals 86.7 million. Moderate estimate is about 4 to 5%. Runs it through the same thing. And it's 4% times 100. So that's why it's 1.04. Just it's the rate of return calculation. 88.4 million, and then for the 1.05, it's 89.2, which is why it's saying between 87 and 90 million. Not a guess, it's simply extending the most recent growth behavior forward 1 year. That's if they'd grown like a normal organization, and Charlie Kirk's assassination didn't hurt them, didn't hurt them, but helped them, which in a lot of cases, something like that would most certainly help. Not saying, oh, they did it to grow the organization. Alleged opinion. No, it would be the fact that saying that human nature is when a tragedy happens, you find even more people showing an overwhelming amount of support. So it's natural for an organization who's had something tragic happen to their leader to have an overwhelming amount of support come their way to give them even a little bit of growth, even if it's very small. What, about 2% on the low side, 5% on the high side? So we should see somewhere around here. The aggressive range would be here. This would be like if somebody was just so taken aback that they got this massive connection with somebody that's going to be pumping millions into them, right into your veins. Ugh. Get them drugs in there. That's aggressive. 200 plus million? That's like boofing it right up your poop hole. Get insta effect. So yeah. So aggressive would be here. Like unfathomable would be like 200 plus million. That's like, what is happening right now? And we all know who was trying to offer it. We all know who was trying to offer it. So, what did we learn today, class? If Turning Point USA becomes $200 million richer, then it's hard to argue. Kind of hard to argue motives from there. To me, it would be, even in a comedy, alleged opinion, in a sense. It would be. What you doing, Flip? You chewing on carpet? Carpet? Yeah. But yeah, again. So, I don't even know why we went into. Why did we even go into? I was looking at commercial, like marketing, great marketing. But again, if Turning Point was growing, oh, that's why growing. We found it, guys. Don't worry. If Turning Point is actually growing, as they say they are, why go so? Night of the Roxbury. This actually feels like an event. Like
Turning Point USA was the spark. Now, you are the flame.
Thousands and thousands of charismatic, energetic young leaders like you start
you got
to
dialogue
chart
to
the path
listen
forward
to.
in a way that is going to be
Uplifting,
one of hope,
charging
and
dialogue.
freedom, and of a better
Like,
tomorrow.
this is how communication works. Theater, communication, when you put on a show. And AmFest, let's be serious. It was a massive, massive show, marketing. Look at this. Look at it. They definitely beat them in design for sure. Design is on point. It feels like hockey, feels like football, feels like baseball. It feels like all America. America Fest. It feels like America. Design definitely feels like America. Now this isn't AmFest. This is just a TPUSA summit. Wait, hold on. Why is this so amped?
Are the red wave.
This is like some regular stuff that people, Donald Trump Jr. talking, Secretary of War Hegseth talking, Tucker talking. Why is Tucker there? Who else was there? I guess some people that aren't really worth mentioning. But again, this seems like
they react. We build.
You
and the
should
music.
Delight and rejoice in the opposition because you are doing the work to save this beautiful republic.
You got the bass.
You are doing something that is bigger than
It's
you.
backing the vocals, which is Charlie talking.
You won. And tonight, we celebrate. This is your movement. This is your moment.
Like, as a white person, I would be charged by this if I was white.
Ladies and gentlemen,
if I was the white. This is how you would be white with this shit. Pyro. Shit. I mean, if Turning Point grew, this one is about to be on. The pyro is about to be all over it here. Oh, this is day 4. Oh. Maybe it's in the day 1. This is like a 1-day thing. This is like a 4-day thing. My bad. Bad information, folks. Don't listen to me. Hold on. Hold on. Amfest. Or America Fest. America Fest, yeah. Like 17. Maybe day 1. Maybe I was judged harshly, guys. Gals. All the in-betweens. Give me. Oh my God. I'm about to punch you in the neck. That was like a couple minutes. Oh my God. 13 minutes in, and it's still 7 minutes to go. Oh my goodness. What kind of lame shite is this? It's they start early? Oh, they did. Oh, okay. Okay. Wow. Oh, wait. No, there's the intro. Ah, we got it, guys. We got it.
And the home of
Who the hell told him to get up there with the fucking microphone and sing? Think the Super Bowl? Shut up. I need you to sing. I need a badass intro. What the hell? Shut up. I need a badass intro, homeboy. Not you. Your damn mouth open and your dentures falling out. Oh, here we go. Let's see it. Get the bass running. Please join us in a moment of silence to honor Charlie Kirk. All right, the moment's over. In 60 seconds thing. That was weird. Take 2 moments of silence? Why don't we just go with 2 moments of silence? Okay.
In life, you will realize the more rewarding thing to do might be the more difficult thing to do. That is a guaranteed way that you will experience opposition. The most important question is not whether it is easy or not. It is it worth it? And the more often that you choose the deep, the difficult, but the right path over the easy path is one that will reward you, your family, and this beautiful nation.
He fell believing America was
sorry, but Charlie Kirk would have hated that as an intro. That's an awful intro. You already did the memorial. Amfest is supposed to be y'all getting back to your roots and getting back to what it means to be America and America first. Isn't that America Fest? Isn't America's Fest supposed to be some getting back to what we're supposed to be doing? Like Erika even came out of the gates talking about Charlie would have wanted us to keep pressing forward and not falling back 5 days after he was shot. She was saying that Charlie would have wanted Turning Point to get back to doing what they're whatever would get back to work, would have just kept pushing on 5 days after. But now all of a sudden they want everybody to go back and relive the day that we all watched with our own eyes. This doesn't sound like you're trying to move forward to me. It sounds like if anyone's trying to make money on the death of Charlie Kirk, it's Turning Point USA. Because here we are more than 3 months out from his death, and y'all are trying to bring everything right back. And I say that as well because what's the 10 about? What's the 10 about? If you weren't sitting here trying to make money trying to profit off of Charlie Kirk's death, what's the 10 about? Because I guarantee you, was that free? Were that free, or were you asking for donations? For the people that wanted to take a picture under that tent, was it a donation thing? Because regardless, if you accepted any type of money for that at all, and the fact that even then, I've already said it once. The person that thought that was a good idea, that was great marketing, that was some of the most distasteful marketing I've ever seen. And I'm a South Park watcher. I love South Park. One of the most distasteful TV shows. But I love South Park. And that was very distasteful. I would expect South Park to do something like that in South Park. But not the organization that Charlie Kirk built to do that. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. You wouldn't do that? No, I absolutely would not. And I am numb to the idea of death. Family members and friends, yeah, it hurts. I'll probably cry. But I know at the end of the day, we're all going out that way. But I'm not sure as hell not going to want to go and be even, I don't even know what the word would be. I wouldn't even think about putting myself in like, it's just, it's weird. It's weird. I don't even understand. I can't even put together the words to explain how weird it is that happened at all. Like the next step you Turning Point would have taken, it would have made it worse, would have been to put up a fake Charlie Kirk under that tent. Even if he's in his talking position. No matter what. That's the only way that would have been even worse. Would have made that even worse. Was if you would have put up a wax figure of Charlie. Because let's face it, there's a museum that's working on a Charlie Kirk wax figure. Bet. Come back here and tell me about it whenever you find it. But that's the only way that would have made that any worse, was to do that. Because it was already bad. Only way to get any more bad than bad is to get worse. And it did. And it would have. It would have. I mean, let's see. Kind of did. It was already bad enough you put the 10 outside. Then you want to make it worse by taking everybody back in time to mentally relive something. Caution tape, UVU.
Worth dying for. And for
And I feel like
250
this goes
years,
on.
our history has been written by those who stood firm against every force who swore to break this country.
Bridging it into America now. I hope they fired the marketing people for this.
We are in a spiritual war, everybody, that is beyond just the material that we are seeing.
There you go.
This country was found.
This is Turning Point's new direction. Sorry, I don't know what that was. I just my foot. That's what they're saying. What they are saying. You're not with Turning Point. You're at war with Turning Point. That's crazy. That's really how people be. This is weird. Again, this is weird. This is all weird. All weird. This is weird. This is weird. Very weird. And the sense of what you're saying the direction of this organization is insane. Because I didn't see Bibi Netanyahu up there. I didn't see Mossad up there. Because Bibi is against America. Let's be serious. He is against America. That's not my alleged opinion. That's how I feel. Bibi Netanyahu is 100% against America. So he wholeheartedly should be in here with all these other bad actors.
Founded by courageous Bible-believing Christians. Jeremiah 29:7, seek the welfare of the nation that you are in, because your welfare is tied to your nation's welfare. What makes this movement different is that you are here as a grassroots response to the top-down revolution happening in this country. Disobedience to tyrants is obedience to God, because liberty is not man's idea, it is God's idea. Will the people who are the sovereign in this country do everything they possibly can with this incredible blessing given to us by God to fight back and win?
Where then is the road to peace?
Marketing. I'm sorry. That's not good marketing. That's not. It's really not good marketing at all. This feels like capitalizing. This right here feels like the altruistic capitalization on an event, on a tragedy. This is how you capitalize on a tragedy. Well, this isn't capitalizing on a tragedy. And no, this is still kind of capitalizing on tragedy, because the tragedy is kind of like American values being stamped out. This is still capitalizing on tragedy. Not saying that's what Charlie Kirk is and his organization's about, but that's kind of what these organizations are. They do capitalize on tragedy. They feel like American values are being stomped out and stamped out. So what do? They try to rally the support, try to get people behind them, capitalizing on tragedy. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Like people who otherwise can't just follow their own path and navigate the tragedy themselves, they need a place to go. And I'm not going to bash these people for doing this. I'm not going to bash anybody for doing it on any other side. You do you. You do you, boo. I'm not worried about that. Capitalizing on tragedy. But this is capitalizing on a different tragedy. This isn't capitalizing on just the death of moral values of America. This is capitalizing on the death of this company's founder, this organization's founder. The tent, basically the breaking news style replay, that's capitalizing on the tragedy. This is capitalizing on a tragedy. This is why it's so weird to me. This is why it's so weird. You didn't need to do all that. You start this, even cut out the rest of the world is against us. Yeah, whatever. Leave this part in. Start it there.
Who swore to break this country.
Start it there. That's where you started. Because here, you're still at least only capitalizing on the same tragedy that Turning Point has been capitalizing on since the beginning. The tragedy that is the death of American values. We'll use that. That'll be what it is. This is what you do. You start it there. Because everything before is you're using Charlie Kirk's death as a justification for everything else. This would hit and land a lot better doing it this way. I mean, it's impactful. I take back what I said about being bland. That was definitely a prior day, which is good. Again, you tried to capitalize on the wrong tragedy, and it backfired. It hell of a backfired. But again, they gotta explain where the $200+ million is about to come from. Bibi Netanyahu's just so broken up about Charlie Kirk being murdered and assassinated, that they couldn't get their partnership going with Turning Point. So he's just going to give them the money. He's going to donate it to Turning Point because he loved Charlie Kirk so much. They got to be able to explain where the hundreds of millions of dollars are about to come from. They have to be able to explain it. Can't just appear out of nowhere. Oh God. Sorry, but yeah, they have to explain it. So again, that's why this part here exists. Like it could have started here, went from here straight into the rest of the world's against America. Could have started it there, but they didn't. They didn't. They had to explain, further drive into the ground, where that $200 million is about to come from, or where the alleged opinion, large amount of money is about to come from. Alleged opinion, all the way around, every beginning, end, all of this is alleged opinions. Some of it, the stuff that I said is not alleged opinion, it's not alleged opinion, and everything else is alleged opinion. So, yeah. Again, this is all entertainment sake anyway, because nobody's going to be satiated by anything that's going to happen. None of this is going to answer any questions from no one's going to be able to answer any questions, because even say Candace solves it. Boom, solves it with the help of everybody else, explosives experts, blah blah blah. We solve it. Microphone exploded, boom boom boom. Again, nobody's going to believe it because it's Candace. Nobody's going to believe it because these are people that, oh, now you're all of a sudden believing Candace. You guys were against her. Nobody's going to believe that. Nobody's going to believe this other side either. Nobody's going to be satiated by any of this. That's how it's going to work. That's how it will work. So this is all entertainment. It's all just entertainment. But this is Duke. Poop. This is garbage. Or not this. This is garbage. It's good, but it's bad. It's good because it is really good. Like, what?
We are in a spiritual war, everybody, that is beyond just the material that we are seeing. This country was founded by courageous Bible-believing Christians. Jeremiah 29:7, seek the welfare of the nation that you are in, because your welfare is tied to your nation's welfare. What makes this movement different is that you are here as a grassroots response to the top-down revolution happening in this country. Disobedience to tyrants is obedience to God, because liberty is not man's idea, it is God's idea.
Definitely not a top-down revolution.
Will the people who are the sovereign in this country do everything they possibly can with this incredible blessing given to us by God to fight back and win?
Where then is the road to peace? You and I have the courage to say to our enemies, there is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance.
When Turning Point USA was started, I could not have imagined what God had in store for this organization.
My political journey was in the midst of the Obama craze in Chicago. As someone who was generally conservative, I realized this generation, millennials, is going to be the most progressive generation in history if we don't do something about this.
We're active about...
See, Occupy Wall Street was the millennial attempt to stand up against the overreaching corporate capitalists. Again, we've been trying to do this since you were still in school, bud. Sorry that you're gone and can't fight the fight anymore. But the thing of it is a lot of people have been fighting a fight that have been intercepted by everybody in every direction. And this is what is, it's kind of really, it's what that Aubrey Lech girl said, is what's sad about it, is nobody knows what they're doing. And what she kind of doesn't seem to want to go into is the fact that the organization has become greedy. And that's not allegedly. Or even an opinion. That's an observation. They drove a ton of work out of their employees and then fired anyone that was deemed a detractor or had a critical opinion about them. So that's greed.
15 campuses, and we're growing very, very quickly. And keep in mind, this is not just a flash in the pan movement. We're going to become an institution to give them the power and the confidence to stand up and let their voice be heard. I was 18, no idea what I was doing, no connections, no money. We didn't have an office, we didn't have a staff. It was just me just traveling the country doing this, pure grit, pure energy. We are an organization committed to ideas and to principles, not the political parties or politicians. We are in a generational battle right now that the stakes could not be higher. And the experiment and the gift that our founding fathers gave to us could be easily lost if we don't make the proper choices and the right course corrections.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what.
After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. Instead, we saw what my husband always prayed. We saw revival.
You don't need to put her on screen. If you need to have her in there somewhere, just put her talking. Seeing the crocodile tear thing, and you made sure not to even show her crocodile tears. If you sound like you're crying, but your eyes are drier than a desert, it's going to be it's going to be very hard to sell anyone the idea that you're actually crying, or you're about to cry, or just finished, or will be in the next half hour. You set up a schedule for grief.
You're going to hear of what Charlie did, but I'm here today to tell you the why in what he did.
Okay.
The why?
Yeah, and then it gets all somber again. Again, if you're trying to prove to everybody the turning point is growing and you're moving forward, stop stepping back. Stop going back and try to relive the tragedy as a marketing ploy to fuel the money growth. It's why no one is trusting you, because you're saying you're moving on, but keep going back and reliving the same thing over and over again, bringing it back down to a somber thing instead of saying that, as you were, Charlie is wanting us to move on and work every day and every hour of every day until we get it right. If that's what you're saying, then stop trying to go back. Stop trying to make everybody cry. And stop milking it. Like you moved on 5 days after. Let's be serious. You moved on 5 days after. But more than 2 months after, you're wanting to go back to before the 5 days after. Like, why no one trusts you? You guys are doing some very greedy, weird, mind manipulated psyop stuff. Trying to keep the tragedy alive. Trying to keep two tragedies playing at the same time. So we can't actually see behind the curtain on what's going on. It's weird. It's really weird. What you chewing on, man? Doing stuff? Not over their carpet, are you? Spreading the floor? But yeah, done with that. Done with that. Comments. Tim Dillon. Okay, so yeah, we're kind of pretty much done with the employee thing. So we're gonna come down here. Thank you, Candace. You know what? I actually said this before on some of her other videos that she didn't have chapters. I'm glad she put up chapters. Thanks. I'm really thankful. Whoever her production guy is, thank you for putting up chapters. I love it. It really helps me get back to where I need. What's up, man? What are you doing down there?
Wrapped his show where he was lamenting how it's all
Tim
just
Dillon's
so
hilarious.
fake.
He cracks me.
Everything is so fake, and that is how it has felt from start to finish here. Everything that it feels like, as he says, we are just kind of watching a really bad reality show, and you're wondering when they're going to stop, when they're going to admit that they lied about everything, but they just kind of keep going. Here's what Tim Dillon had to say.
The tech people that were very liberal are now very right wing, and they'll be very liberal, and they don't care. They don't care. And then the people that came to power criticizing free speech, criticizing the lack of free speech on social media are now shutting down free speech on social media. So it's obvious that a lot of this is fake. And it's performative. It's a show. It's a reality show.
Reality show.
I mean, it's not necessarily the funniest episode we've done, but it is the truth. It is what's happening. It is what's happening. And in this time, you can really only trust one person. There's one person that I trust in this time. There's only one person I trust.
Candace Owens.
And it's Erika Kirk. Good night.
I'm sorry, bud. I didn't mean to scare you.
The comedians.
That was good. Oh, the timing. The timing was great. I said Candace Owens. He said Erika Kirk. It's like the opposite. Complete opposite. Two comedians have a conversation. They don't ever agree. I'm not a comedian. Tim Dillon is obviously way funnier than me. I'm not even funny at all. I'm more dumb and retarded than anything. But that was good. That was funny. The timing was on point. Won't even have to splice anything around on that one. It'll fall into place on its own.
I trust that Erika Kirk, with the $250 million a Turning Point earned off of the back.
See, I'm not crazy, right? Because that's what BB was offering Charlie. He was offering him the $200+ million. And now all of a sudden, Charlie gets shot, and Turning Point's like, yeah, we're gonna need that $200+ million, bud. We're gonna need that. Our leader's gone, so we don't really have a whole lot of direction forward. We're gonna need to spend $200+ million to figure it out. So we're gonna need that, bub. Thanks. Call me when you get this. It's just weird, man. It's so weird.
Back of their employees who are working 20-hour days and a sympathetic public.
20-hour days. I think Candace misspoke. I think you misspoke, Miss Owens. Because you said 20-hour days. Like, there's only 24 of them in a whole day, right? Even me, who's a borderline psychopath heading toward Crash Outville, I still need more than 4 hours. Like, if I only need 4 hours for a specific day, it's going to be a long day. The day that I only need 4 hours of sleep to make it through a new day, it's about to be a long day. The day gonna be real long. I don't even know I'm gonna be able to do this myself. Yeah. I think you misspoke, but probably not.
Those employees
That's called shit.
were fired, not even given an excuse. At least Aubrey got an excuse. Some of them got nothing, as we showed you. Are now starting a GoFundMe because they didn't get anything. They didn't get a bonus. They got nothing. And
And again, that's what's crazy. A nonprofit organization, you can't file unemployment. Like, I could be wrong, but someone can't file for unemployment if they are fired from non-profit. Correct? So say I criticized my non-profit and they fired. That legal? Or and I file for employment. Sometimes my brain don't work. It happens. What if I was talking to a friend about it being sad that organization seemingly going downhill? That what was it? That no one seems to have any direction, idea of one, and that no one like the new boss. Let's put it. And that was relayed their father, who then relayed it executive of organized, and then that's crazy. So if at will wasn't in play, my employer would have no rights. He's saying those things side of work. I life. What did I say earlier? I said it earlier. This is why, this is what needs to go away. This right here. This protects companies and not people. This protects companies and not people, because without the at will, companies cannot dig into your personal life. They would otherwise have to prove that you're purposely working against their interests and not just venting, blowing off steam. Because that's what at will does. It allows them to look at anything you say, since even if you're again, if you breathe a mention of working for a company and have a criticism for that company, they can terminate you because of at will. At will, there should be a law against at will, in my opinion. Companies should not have this kind of power to be able to purposely take the things you say in your everyday life and use them against you at work. Especially when 9 times out of 10 and almost 10 times out of 10, it's just sometimes we wake up on the wrong side of the bed. There is no correlation between the two. Because if there really was, and I really wanted, and the things that I said were really meant to hurt the company, trust me, there are a million other ways I can hurt that company than just talking bad about them while I'm at home. I could half-ass my job while I'm at work. And it wouldn't just be a single day that it happens. It would be a reoccurring thing. Like, again, there should be a law that actually protects people against this stuff, because this at-will stuff, then what's the point of having laws, like workers' laws? What is the point of even having any of that if at-will pretty much negates every bit of it? Because that's what happens. It seems to me like labor laws only are meant to, that's right, they are. Labor laws are really only meant to protect minors and make sure that companies don't get sued out of existence for exploiting workers. Let's be serious. They had to put in the minimum wage thing. Otherwise, companies would pay their employees nothing. If companies weren't required to pay their employees something, then they would absolutely pay their employees nothing and call it all for the betterment of business. I bet. That'd be hard-pressed to prove me wrong on that one. Hard-pressed to prove me wrong on that one. A lot of these massive organizations, if they weren't required to pay their employees something, they would pay their employees nothing. That's not an alleged opinion either. That's human behavior.
I've put this up on GoFundMe, the Purge Fallout Fund. I believe this is supporting 8 employees, and so I wanted to promote this.
8 people have been fired for no justifiable reason,
maybe
because of at-will laws. Makes sense. It needs to go away. It needs to go away. Stop protecting these companies and start protecting people again. You talk about America first. That's how you America first. Stop protecting companies and start protecting people. That's America first. America isn't companies. America isn't a company. Though we might operate very similarly to a company and a business and all this, we are not. We are a land of people with a common goal, and that's prosperity of this land. It's not to give it away to some random Joe Schmo that snuck into the border telling the rest of his people who were waiting at the border that you guys don't matter. I matter way more than you. So whether you're starving to death or not is not my problem. I'm better than you, and I belong in here, regardless if it's legal or not. That's what you fight for when you fight for them, and this is what you are okay with when you say that you can't be illegal on stolen land. Then that $14 million mansion you live in should be broken up into pieces, and all the illegal immigrants that you can stuff in it can be stuffed in it. And I don't care. The tribe said that they're okay with it. How much money did you have to pay them for them to say that? Huh? How much money did you have to pay them to have them say that? Because I guarantee it wasn't free. Bet wasn't free. Bet they went into contract some way, somehow, got themselves signed up on a new the thing that the Native Americans signed way back in the day, that they had there was no way they would have known what was being said in it. And they were just basically signing themselves up to be slaughtered. Those that know. Those that don't, you should want to know. But again, I'm not saying this land is stolen. Again, and I will go back and I will defend my stance on that. Again, the Native Americans, they had no way of holding this land, even from the people that came over. Once it was found out that this land existed, that was it. That was it. There was no way the Native Americans would have been able to hold this landmass. They did well in fighting for it. I will say the deals they set up with the Mexicans to get guns because they were, for a long time, they were bows and arrows getting shot with guns. And they were just bow and arrow, tomahawks, using tactics at night. They knew how they would fight. So they used those same tactics on how they would attack their rivals. Attack them at night. Attack them when the forces, a good amount of forces are pulled in a different direction. Create a lot of smoke and mirrors. But again, they didn't have the numbers to fend off an all-out incursion into this land. It was, and again, not saying that it was right, not saying that it was wrong. This is how the world works. When anarchy and chaos, aka mostly free will, when you have as close as you can to naturalistic free will, you have almost pure anarchy and pure chaos. They didn't have rules of engagement like we have now. Say we were to find a new landmass, just pops up out of nowhere. But it wasn't. It was just like this tiny little group of people just somehow was able to keep the landmass hidden from everybody. But they only inhabit like this tiny little spot. So you go over and you try to stake out your claim on a different spot. And this tiny little group of people is like, hey, no, this is ours. Like, what do you mean this is yours? How are you expecting to defend all of this? And then that little group of people are like we've been doing. And then they look behind that big group of people that show up, and it's an even bigger group of people that showed up. And they're like, well, I don't know how you hid this place for so long, but you don't really have the numbers. Like, you would have to pull out the craziest tactics possible to be able to lay waste to all of this. Because even the 300 Spartans didn't hold a flame to Xerxes' army. The only thing they could do is carry the tale. So again, it's one of those things. The Native Americans, unless they would have already been partnered up with somebody big enough to help protect the landmass, it was who really wanted this land the most. And back in old world, see, even then they had rules of engagement. They came about rules of engagement. They realized they were basically slaughtering these people. Their numbers were just slaughtering them. They were getting bested in situations that they put themselves in that they weren't ready for. But in an all-out war standpoint, they were slaughtering these people. So much so the soldiers were getting bored and doing heinous war crime type stuff. We have all heard and seen and read the stories, know what these soldiers were doing, which is why that whole time period has such a massive distaste for all Americans. Because yes, part of our nation was built on heinous crimes and tragedy. Again, it's just one of those things is you have to realize that as terrible as the time was, we've grown so much as a country. Not really as a species, but look at what all we have a bunch of substitutions for stuff. That's what we got. And we don't have true progression as a species. We have a bunch of substitutions for stuff. And as a matter of fact, we're hurting ourselves more as a species than we are advancing as a species. So I don't want to hear that. We haven't advanced anything as a species. We are still no different than animals. We don't act any different. We don't treat each other any different. We still treat each other with the same animalistic disdain as every other tribalistic creature out there does. Again, maybe break down these tribal parameters y'all set up for each other and yourselves. Get rid of that tribalistic way you like to do.
Could they get $100 for 20-hour days? $100 for
again, and that's jacked up. Like, there should be no instance unless you're committing crimes. It's again. We need to get rid of the dumb stuff. I always say again, because that's, again, is my way of going back and referring to something I've said already, and I don't want to dive back into it because it's long-winded. So I'm going to say again, because that's what it is. It's just a bunch of regurgitation of the same stuff over and over and over again. People are still doing and falling prey to the same things. Not thinking for themselves.
or so they can get a grieving counselor. Maybe he can buy himself a dog to pet. I think that would be great.
Buy themselves a dog to pet. All right. Well, I think we're done with that. Yeah, I think we came up to the end of that. Oh, goodness. Oh, bye. Oh, bye, 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 bye. Yesterday.
Dear Jeffrey, the biggest problem with becoming friends with you, the life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul. With Epstein Files release, the person who was hit the hardest is longevity doctor Peter Attia. He's going through quite the fall from grace. We'll take a look at the details as well as his public statement and response. I'll also share with you what I think is going to happen to his career. Welcome back to the JP Reacts channel, my freedom-loving friend. This is where we help spread the light of truth and freedom because truth conquers. 3 million pages of Epstein documents released. I still think there's some that they're not going to release, but nonetheless, it's sort of a win. It's great. And there were some names in there with some interesting stories, names that we would expect, like Bill Gates. And it's great. That's worth coverage. But also, some of us were hungry for, like, who do we not know that's in the files? And Dr. Peter Attia is one of them. And because he had no negative light on him through associations with Epstein until this release, I think it's by far hitting him the hardest. He is just going through a massive fall from grace. We're going to take a look at some of Peter Attia's personal communications with Epstein. There's like over 1,700 emails of theirs in the files. You can't really hide from that. So part of his fall from grace, he was recently hired by
that's a
CBS
lot.
News as like a, whatever, doctor correspondent. Well, that's pretty much over. As you can see, it's reported CBS is going to cut ties with him. That's to be expected. Ironically, it's probably some executive from CBS who's like been to Epstein's Island many times who's going to fire him. And that's great. You may have heard of Peter Attia before, and maybe you haven't. He's kind of like a in-the-middle doctor. Calls himself a longevity doctor. He's got some decent information, and also it's not that exciting. It's like he's too risque for mainstream because he says things like, you should exercise. And we're like, whoa, on there.
Oh my
God.
God.
Dangerous advice. It's mainstream. And
Yeah.
also for like real biohackers, he's not on the fringe enough. Biohackers look at him as like, dude, you're too mainstream. You're cool with seed oils. That ain't cool with us. And in fact, just 2 weeks ago, I had Peter Attia on this channel, not him personally, but covering some of his. I did this 19 rapid fire hot takes with health expert Peter Attia. Maybe I should issue an apology. I didn't knowingly associate with an associate of Epstein. But nonetheless, let's get into some of Peter Attia's rather smoking gun correspondence with Epstein. And like I said, I'll give you my thought long term, what I think is going to happen to Peter Attia's career, as well as
it's done.
Does he
His
deserve
career's
to be
probably
arrested
done.
or not? Now these are emails back
He's probably
and
going to
forth
flee
from
the
Peter
country.
Attia and,
Tom Hanks it.
Jeffrey Epstein and Epstein's team of like communicators.
Tom Hanks was
But
smart.
This one's
Tom Hanks got out when Trump was pushing Epstein release way back. So, yeah.
It's interesting. It's not the worst, but it's like, wow, I wouldn't say that. Hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into JE withdrawal when I don't see him. Wow. Okay. Now, context to put all these emails into, this is from 2016. So when Attia and Epstein formed their relationship, Epstein was already a known sex offender for soliciting things from minors. Now, it wasn't like, I think it was 2019 with when Epstein was like arrested for good. So the whole story about Epstein wasn't public knowledge, but enough of the story of Epstein, like, oh, known child offender. That's kind of a line a lot of people don't cross. And Peter Attia absolutely crossed that line in the relationship with them, relating to a known child offender. Many are saying that's in poor taste. Many agree. So another email, and keep in mind, this might be like normal guy talk between guys, but this is doctor talking to a known child offender. Yeah. Peter Attia says, pussy indeed, low carb. Still awaiting results on gluten content though. Now, physiologically speaking, that's probably correct. It probably is low carb. However, in the context, known child offender, it's probably not the thing to say. Next one, and this kind of implies Peter knew a lot. Okay, here it is. Typos. You, the biggest problem with becoming friends with you? The life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul. Wow. That very much implies Peter Attia knew about outrageousness of the specific varietal that he wouldn't be allowed to speak about it. Yep. Thus, he's having this fall from grace. Now, we'll see Peter Attia's public response. I'll be happy to hear what you think of that.
Here we go. Public response. Yes.
This is an email exchange between Jeffrey and Peter. Let's see. Peter says, do you ever spend time on Grand Cayman or other Cayman Islands? Epstein, nope. He's an efficient communicator, that Jeffrey guy. Peter, nothing like LSJ, I bet. Is it Little St. James? Is that Epstein? I think that's Epstein's Island. That's what he's referring to. Jeffrey, 0. There are other people there. Peter Attia, I need to visit sometime. Want to visit Epstein Island. Now we'll get to Peter's public statement about all this in a second. But first, I have not seen anybody else talk about this. It's just too comedically perfect for me not to mention it. In all these emails, look at Peter's built-in signature. The information contained in this transmission may contain privileged and confidential information. Not anymore, including patient information, blah, blah, blah. If you are not the intended recipient, you are hereby notified that any review, dissemination, distribution, or duplication of this communication is strictly prohibited. Well, it's actually not. We're doing that, but if you are not the intended recipient, please contact the sender. Peter, I got your email. Well, everybody does. The DOJ released it, so maybe they're violating your...
Hey, Peter, I got your email. Everybody does. He's so nonchalant about it. Like if he accidentally hit send all, send it to everybody in the world. Like, oh. Hey, Jeff, you're going to kill me. But I sent our email exchange to everybody in the world.
Proclamation here, but Peter, I am hereby contacting the sender. I have your email. You might want to destroy it before last weekend. By the way, you can also insert all the longevity doctor.
He said, I'm going to destroy it before last weekend. You guys been working on that time machine in Israel, right? Go back in time and destroy that email. That is a whole movie. Peter Attia trying to go back in time to destroy an email chain. That's why he's wanting to go to Little St. James Island. We don't know that part. Like, I need to go there sometime, ... to destroy the email chain. He said, I already killed my past self, and now I need to get back in time to destroy the email chain. Oh. Out here creating paradoxes of himself. No matter what I do, the email still gets sent to the whole world.
Jokes you want here. Peter Attia being a longevity doctor, turns out being friends with Jeffrey Epstein is not good for career longevity. I'm guessing over the weekend, longevity doctor had years taken off his life from stress. All those jokes play very well here. Now, before we get to Peter Attia's rebuttal, as well as a blatant lie in his public statement rebuttal, if you will, here's my opinion. Should Peter Attia be in jail? Absolutely not. Not based on anything I've seen here. Now, an email like, I need to come visit sometime, referring to the island, well, that would make me, if I was in the FBI, it would make me want to think, I'd like to investigate this further. Let's see if we can find evidence if he was on the island, because this is like, makes me reasonably suspicious. He wanted to go to the island. Maybe he did. Let's find out. The other guys in the FBI are like, you're looking for that? We already destroyed all that evidence. All right. Maybe FBI wasn't the best example. But the truth of the matter is...
Maybe the FBI wasn't the best example. What the hell was that? Like somebody just literally grabbed a hold of my chair and tried to yank me backwards. That was weird. Yeah, it was like somebody grabbed it right here and yanked it. That felt weird as hell. That's why I'm like trying to move it to see if it maybe just has a weird. It does feel weird doing that, but I don't know, whatever.
You and I and the rest of the halfway awake American public, we've been like hungry hyenas. We want to see heads roll. Now, ideally, if we've got our wits about us, we want to see heads roll where people are held accountable and prosecuted with due process in a court of law. However, we're kind of past that point. Just to be honest, like, we've been messed with so much. The powers that be have been protecting the guilty for so long that now we're kind of in a witch hunt mentality where we're like, we want to see Peter Attia in prison for life. So yeah, I get the hungry hyena, and we're just give us scraps. You've fed us nothing accountability-wise for years about this case. But when you have your wits about you, you look through this information, and this is obviously poor character, poor moral judgment. Peter Attia also it's been all over. He did not go see his infant son and his wife who were in the hospital. His son had some kind of cardiac issue. He stayed in New York instead of going back to San Diego where they live. Stayed in New York for meetings with Epstein.
Oh.
Poor moral character, saying, yeah, pussy is low carb to a known sex offender, let alone being literally friends, in Peter Attia's own words, with a known child offender.
Yeah.
Poor moral character. Absolutely.
It's terrible.
Does he deserve praise in the spotlight? No, I don't think so.
No, he definitely should have a ruined career.
Evidence that
until actual evidence is
should be in prison.
done with. And it's unfortunately
like
you're kind of looking at the same thing with Charlie Kirk, the Charlie Kirk case. Are we really going to be satiated by what they release? If anything, if anybody, say they start going through and prosecuting everybody, they prosecute. People don't see certain people being prosecuted, they're going to lose it. Other people are going to see people being prosecuted that they didn't want to see prosecuted, they're going to lose it. Somebody's not going to be satiated. So right now it's just entertainment anymore. It's just basically entertainment. I want it to be, I would love nothing more than to be able to believe that everybody involved is being held accountable. But I know that's not going to be the case. We're going to have a bunch of P. Diddy. And I mean, it is what it is. P. Diddy was fed to the wolves. They saw the walls closing in, they fed the wolves something. And that something was P. Diddy. Now they see the walls closing in again, and so they're feeding the wolves random people, Joseph Smoes, Bill Gates, Elon Musk. They're just feeding the wolves scraps. We're never actually going to be satiated with this stuff. And it's not our fault. It's really not our fault. We've, as he said, we've been lied to for so long about so many different things. We're just willing to take scraps now.
Emails. I mean, there's been other emails in the Epstein files with other people that are literally talking about killing and torture. It's like, no, that's some good evidence there. But just being real, no. Do I think Peter Attia should have his career destroyed? Well, that's up to each individual. And as of right now, the masses are destroying his career. I'll get to my prediction about what his career will
The masses are destroying his career.
Long term. But first, here's Peter Attia's response.
Yes.
It's good. It's long. We're not going to read the whole damn thing. We'll read the gist of it. So anyway, this is an email he sent out to his team. And then he put it on Twitter. Yeah, you've put your trust, your credibility, blah, blah, blah. Okay, got it. Thanks for the opening. We're using good words here. Rapport. We'll get back to the video in just a second, but first, I want to tell you about On Charge's infrared sauna blanket. Because we're living in a new paradigm of health where now even the common person has woken up and realized nobody's healthy by accident anymore. 73% of people are overweight and obese. We have 77 P reacts. Now back to the video. The purpose of the DOJ releasing these documents is clear: to identify individuals who participated in criminal activity, enabled it, or witnessed it. I am not in any of those categories, and there is no evidence to the contrary. So he claims, and I do agree, there's no evidence to the contrary. Again, poor moral character is not illegal unless those poor morals cross into you did something illegal line. And by the way, what we're witnessing here is something that I don't think it was authentic, but President Trump used as propaganda, saying we're not going to release the Epstein files because there's innocent people in there who will be seen in the public light as guilty. That's the price that the country has to pay for the truth to come out. And Peter Attia is paying that price through accountability for his actions. I'm not saying he's getting what he deserves. I'm saying this is part of the price. You could see
it goes along with what I've been saying. If it all has to come down so that we can sift through it while it's down here, so be it. The country isn't going to fail. America isn't its politicians. It's its people. That's it. End of conversation. America is its people, not its politicians, not its celebrities, not its corporations, and not the CEOs of these corporations, not the billionaires. America is the actual people, the 90%. That's what America is. And I'll say upwards to 97, 98%, because there are some of those in the 10% who actually do belong there to a point. Again, not a lot of moral ways to get to those levels, but again, there are some people up into those percent. So I'd say the 97%. The country is the 97%. It's not the 3. It's not the politicians. Because again, the politicians are part of the 3. Politicians are part of the 3. Again, if it all has to come down so we can sift through it while it's down here, so be it. We will survive. Ain't nobody around the world's got the balls to test us. Because, I mean, you know why. You know why. But anyway, bring it all down. Bring it all down. We'll sift through the rubble.
Steal all the documents forever to protect the guilty.
We will be fine.
And protect the innocent. We're not even talking protect the victims, but the truth is the truth. Let the truth out and let the cards settle where they may. Peter T goes on. To be clear, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions with Epstein had nothing to do with his sexual abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, and never present at sex parties. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public, and that is on me. I accept that reality and the humiliation that comes with it. At this point in my career, talking about his time associating with Epstein, who knows if it would have ever stopped if Jeffrey didn't take his own life. So that's still that, he definitely did. Yeah, Bongino and Cash Patel told us he definitely did, didn't he? Okay. At that point in my career, I had little exposure to prominent
I love
people,
that
and
backhanded
level of
remark. That
access
is
was not
brilliant.
to me. Everything about him seemed excessive and exclusive, including the fact that he lived in the largest home in all of Manhattan, owned a Boeing 727, hosted parties with the most powerful and prominent leaders in business and politics. Yeah, so Peter Attia got drunk on associating with fame and eliteness. That's on him. It might be the reality, but that's on him. Again, that's weak moral character where you compromise yourself, your boundaries, your standards, your principles in any way because of status of other individuals. So he's suffering the consequences of that weakness right now. I treated the access as something to be quiet about rather than discussing freely with others. One line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. Yes, it is being interpreted that way. It absolutely
There's
is.
no beating around the bush on that.
Not
you are right, sir.
Convinced otherwise by, let's just say for the sake of it, I presume Peter is innocent of crimes here. And I could be wrong. Well, let's work with that presumption for a second. If he was guilty of crimes, he would also say this exact thing. So criminals are liars. Truth tellers tell truths. You don't know which is which. That is not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those social and professional circles, that the idea that you don't talk about who you meet, the dinners you attend, and the power and influence of people in those settings. What I wrote in that email reads terribly. I own that. That might be true. And again, if that's not true, a criminal would want to say this. Like this whole statement. I text friends right before Peter Attia came out with his statement with my prediction of what his public statement would be. And I pretty much nailed it. And on the whole, one of the things I predicted is it's going to be a textbook PR statement written by lawyers.
Makes you wonder what
comes across as innocent.
Bill Gates' wife said.
Distance through time, creates
That kind
distinctions.
of made a prediction on that. I have to go back and look at it.
Criminals. Wants justice for the victims. He did all those things in his statement. And we're going to end his statement with this because it appears to be a blatant lie. And this, if that's true, and it appears to be, if this aspect of his statement is a blatant lie, it kind of makes you think, well, then the rest of it is also no good. Here it is. Between summer 2014 and spring 2019, I met with him on approximately 7 or 8 occasions at his New York City home regarding research studies and to meet others introduced to me. Here's where it gets good. I never visited his island, though there's an email saying he'd like to, but that's not the lie. I never visited his island or ranch, and I never flew on any of his planes. Oh, you never visited his ranch. Well, here on the justice.gov website, here is someone from Peter Attia's office that just booked a flight for Peter to go visit his ranch. Is there additional information I and or Peter will need regarding getting to the ranch and what to do upon arrival?
Oh, there's the lie.
And there's the flight from San Diego to Albuquerque, New Mexico to visit his ranch. He says, now, there is a world where the flight was booked and he never went. Whatever, something came up, kid's in the hospital again, so he needs to fly across the country to the other side. I don't know, could have came up. But unless that information comes up, it's very reasonable to presume Peter Attia went to Epstein's ranch because a flight was booked to go there, and Peter Attia's assistant is asking for details that Peter will need regarding getting to the ranch. Just one more time, what Peter says, I never visited his island or ranch. Okay. It looks like you did. Now let's see what some of the folks on Twitter are saying in Peter Attia's comment section.
Entertaining.
Is he getting support? Is he getting
always
crucified?
Entertaining.
Let's find out. Ben Greenfield, thanks for this, Peter Attia. I was initially concerned, but this reply explains a lot. I appreciate you sharing this, keeping you in my positive thoughts and prayers. That's nice.
That's nice.
Ben's not going on a witch hunt. That's great. The longer the explanation, the bigger the lie. Chinese proverb.
Well,
classic PR apology written by lawyers. 100% agree with this. I'm the victim undertone, naively shield, Me Too deflection, redefining discretion as professionalism, savior narrative, distance through time, passive framing of the DOJ release. I didn't do anything illegal, so the rest is just embarrassing. Your poor son and wife, referring to Peter Attia staying in New York to meet with Epstein instead of going home where his infant son was in the hospital with a heart issue. And then someone says, explain this. See you next time. Hopefully JE in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into JE withdrawal when I don't see him. I would be curious to see a little expanded perspective on that. Lies. You bragged about keeping his criminal activities a secret. Another person, your explanations don't make any sense when compared with what the evidence shows. It just makes you look even more guilty. Sir, he's getting cooked in the replies. Yes, the only reply in the comment section I've seen was one show of support, and the rest is just torching him. I've seen many other doctors and people in the longevity space that Peter Attia shares, and they're cooking him too. I would not want to be Peter Attia right now. So here's what I think is going to happen to Peter Attia's career long term. Long-term, big picture, I think he's going to be fine. I don't think he will be what he would have been if this didn't happen. Short-term, and how we get there, massive loss of opportunities. You know, he's off CBS. I don't know how big of an opportunity that was. But Peter Attia is kind of like a regular person on the podcast circuit. He's been on Rogan. He's been on a lot of big podcasts. He tends to appear somewhat regularly. Those podcast hosts aren't going to touch him.
They're done.
Potentially forever. Now, unlike normal...
He's going to have to start his own podcast.
Culture, where like, you don't touch someone for maybe a year, then cool. You too hot to handle. Now, you're cool enough to handle. What's unprecedented about this is...
It's going to be hard for that to happen for the simple fact that every bit of the Epstein files are going to need to be released unredacted on the criminals side, protecting the victim staying redacted. Unless all of the files get released and the 1,500 pages, 1,500 email, 1,500 appearances Attia makes are it's a lot of accounting for. So he's done. He's done.
Of Epstein's crimes against children, that's unprecedented. We've never seen anything like that. Couple that with this has been an unprecedented cover-up. to protect the guilty, which has made the hunger for justice and accountability and essentially the taintedness of anyone who associates with Epstein, especially in ways that look really shady, that's unprecedented. So I wouldn't be surprised if, kind of like for the rest of time, Peter Attia's reputation is just colored by this and people don't forget. So the whole podcast, like networking thing, that might be gone forever. He's absolutely going to lose opportunities, be they sponsorships or opportunities with companies making health products or gadgets that want to leverage Peter Attia's name.
He's done. He's cooked.
Be lucrative for Peter Attia. I think that's going to be gone forever. I think Peter Attia's fate is going to be much more on his shoulders in what his direct linear effort creates. In other words, him seeing patients, and if he's building companies that are his own rather than partnering with other companies that want to leverage his name, he can build things on his own. Granted, nothing's going to build for at least a year. And I'm sure he'll lose some patients in his like one-on-one longevity practice. But long term, I think that is going to be fine. I think he's going to absolutely earn an okay living. It's going to take a rough patch here, but I think that's going to level out.
He might have a downscale.
But what will be
He's going to have to
forever,
downsize for a while.
according to my perspective,
he might want
is
to.
the fame, notoriety,
Going to take a massive
value associated with his name that a public figure would be able to leverage. So with that said, Peter Attia made his bed through these inappropriate emails and questionable activity. Looks like he went to the ranch.
Yeah.
Said he didn't. He made his bed in unprecedented waters, which might just give him unprecedented reputational damage, even though there's no evidence that he committed any crimes. With that said, let me know your thoughts about this in the comments.
Yeah, he's pretty cooked. There's not a whole lot he can do to save face now that it's looking really bad. So, yeah, good luck with that one, bud. You got to pick the people you hang around. And if anything, you're just going to let yourself hang around anybody nilly-willy. Produce some actual evidence that you weren't involved in anything. Like, don't try to PR explain it away, because it's not going to do you any justice. It's going to look really bad. So, we're getting close to midnight. Even though I don't have class tomorrow, I do got to wake up early and pretty much get myself on the list to head over to the place to get some feud. So I'm going to keep going over there. I'm going to keep supplementing some of my food ingredients with them, because they have a lot of good stuff, and I haven't even been able to have the chance to make up any of the catfish that I got. I want to get some stuff for them though. I want to bread them up real nice, make like a batter for them. I still got meatballs, lots of meatballs left. Lots of potatoes. I got all kinds of stuff left, so. But doesn't mean I can't still go over there and get some other stuff. I don't need to get a big ass thing of cabbage. I can actually peruse and see if they got things that I don't have and I might want. So I'll have to do that tomorrow. Really fun. Had a lot of good. Did get mad about classwork. Got mad about that program. But you know what? I'm still learning it, and it's totally justified for me getting mad at that program. Especially when I feel like they're hiding stuff from me and making it harder for me to learn. Until then, which is tomorrow, peace out, Girl Scout.